Approach in the meantime, Geekay continue to tear limbs away from themselves. They drag their form in towards Danqing. And they lose Ragnarok. That's the price they pay, but with 3 players, it's still doable from the inside.
Easy Van Boy looking for that cheeky angle around the aircon unit. Poking the barrel through the window there. Ooh. Bit obvious, almost. Safji underneath. Ulf taking a little bit of punishment over towards GOAT team, but they have the inside edge, so it's quite surprising that GOAT is taking the fight to them so well. Alula, R3B will find a shot over towards Speaker here. Dopeness was here very early, but I feel like Dopeness, outside of some of the good games they've had, which have got a little bit lucky at times, they just don't have that firepower. The defensive capabilities.
Not quite there, not quite there. Can't hold off the onslaught. Alula went for a wild crash, by the way, from the area near GOAT team on the south edge. They just went straight in and they've managed to land on their feet. And GOAT team similarly have pushed it towards Ulf, and it's not going well kind of for either team, but Ulf right now on their last player alive on the fight on the south side, and they are bleeding out. Something awful. Those recall towers are shut down now, Blank, as well, which means that you are not getting players back to their feet if you go down. And with Ulf just on Solus, GOAT team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 after a crash onto Ulf.
For Solus, I just don't see him as the guy anymore to get that 1v. What is it now? Yeah, the GOAT team didn't lose a single player. Very, very interesting stuff. I'd love to see a replay of how all that went down, just because GOAT team versus Ulf, you'd expect that to be a much easier fight there for them, but they have had a tough approach into this game. A lot of it has been on the back foot so far. But now GOAT gets to move on as a 4-man.
A massive boon to them on that south edge. The north side starting to get a little bit more tense as well, with Nongshim, RedForce, Alpha7, Yangon Galacticos, RRQ all starting to try to figure out how they can step forwards. 721 GS trying to move around on that north side as well. The Wolves are closer to Danqing than the rest, but no safer. 721 instead decide to crash into the settlement. Rayhan down and will be flushed out, I imagine, fairly quickly. And they're trying to crash onto the Geekay position, as well as Lufa.
It's really weird to me right now. You see RRQ, you see Yangon Galacticos, you see Alpha7, you see Nongshim, RedForce on this north side where the circle now shifts towards. That becomes a very prevalent area of the map. There was not a lot going on. And I mean, I can understand it when you're about 20 seconds out from the next circle. You don't really want to get into a big engagement just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha7 was trying to hang on to this location on that northern side while still pressuring out Nongshim, RedForce. However, this required a hard shift over towards the north. I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing out this northern edge so you can just start peppering the entirety of the team in Danqing if it does move away from it, which right now it absolutely is. There is so little movement happening on this northern side at the moment. No team wants to get involved with one another.
I mean, Alpha7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite a while, so they're feeling fairly entrenched. This is 721, who were able to crash in, but Geekay are starting to turn the tides of this game around. They have been through hell and back so far, and they are looking to bring back some mementos for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for Geekay. They are holding on to the western point desperately.
Milu finds Alula claws. Helico kind of whiffing one of those nades there. Alula will back off, try to get claws back on his feet, but Samji is fully flushed out in the meantime. Goats are moving in. Get a good amount of damage done, but eArena's already sent out over towards that northwest. They get into an altercation with eArena. Where is the aggression? This is... Go, honestly, is doing exactly what I want to see. They should hear this engagement over towards the northern side. Would not be surprised if they try and push this one.
Well, that's the arena cleaned up, and now it's just Nongshim who stepped into the firing line of GOAT. Alpha7 looking to flex out as well, maybe able to find it, some emergency cover, dished out by Hyunbin, and Alpha7
okay
on up to the ridge.
Okay, this is good news. So we have Guizhao. Guizhao leading the charge. It's very confusing for me. but I'm glad he is. He gets something done. The airburst does no damage to him. He's going to try and move the vehicle out just slightly. Goat is another team trying to pinch it over towards this one, but they're recalling him. They're pulling him back. Carrillo has managed to get himself knocked over towards that northwest side. They're looking for the save on this one. Quick smoke out the window. Guizhou doing a lot for the team right now.
Yeah, it was RRQ who managed to find a knock over towards Carrillo, and he will need a little bit of a pickup. If they hadn't happened, they could have put more pressure forwards, and I think that might have been the end of Nongshim RedForce. As we hop back in towards Danxing, you've got Alola now at loggerheads with 7-2-1, who were able to crash in successfully. Alola as well, similarly capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out. And I feel like AG.AL may have the better time of it. A nade over the road from R3B is able to connect. And that opens the door for Alola, or at least it gives them time to get the res. Some more damage, and now they have to hold off FURIA on an off angle.
FURIA going to try and move out here. Next circle comes through. We'll head over towards that eastern side. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, right in the center of it all. Looking now to begin the tornado. Sweep through all the rest of the teams. R3B does go down for Alula. The 7-2-1 GS try and hold down. It's a good double. Back to back here, very low. Can he make the 1v3 happen here? No. Won't quite get it done. Didn't trust in that last shot, and Quick is quick to finish it. Understands the demon inside that building, and he needs exercising.
Goodness me. There was a moment there, it felt like maybe Malik was going to do something magnificent, but was put down. Alola losing 3 of their players. 11 eliminations with 4 alive. They would have had a great time, but now it's Quick against 3 from FURIA. He's already managed to find Eagles, and now Ayala and Chief are bearing down upon him. There goes the flush, and he's still got a little bit more to say. The end of the story, not quite yet. Quick dashes out, and the pin pulled on the nade keeps Chief from spraying him down.
Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off. We'll have to swing around the side here. FURIA looking to pinch Quick. Give him the old do-si-do.
He is taking a turn.
Oh my god, he's taking off, dude.
And he's looking for more, layering down the lead, but it's just off target. The strafe brings him further away from it, and Quick goes down. In the meantime, Nongshim RedForce on the western flank go down to GOAT. Their dynamism, their attitude in this game is looking nasty.
I mean, GOAT is chewing through squads. They are chewing through squads, and this is what you want to see from a team like this. They have so much control. Wolves is down towards their southeast, but it's a team on 3, not likely to get too much more done. Milu is knocked and flushed, leaving only Eagle left alive to put the claws in over towards FURIA. Emergency cover flares, smokes, all been dropped out to try and extend this push, but it's not meant to be. They will go out in 9, so not a single placement point found, but a good amount of elims on the game regardless, so 8 total. Alpha7 now look to try and pinch over towards the southeast side of them. Send some Panabris nades through.
They lost Guizhou in the middle of all of that. I feel like at the moment the story of this game is GOAT team going God mode on this western flank, rotating in, crashing into Ulf, disengaging from Danxing, taking the initiative to move around that western side. You highlighted it, you said it's what you wanted to see. Eagle wants to see red as he's spraying the shotgun shells up the staircase, but it's not going to work.
AG.AL currently still as a 4-man. Said yesterday they were able to get themselves a nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We expect so much more from this squad. Coming off their performance throughout the year, PEL, PMMI was not meant to be though. It's been a bit of a rocky start for them. XZZ now looking to pinpoint those shots, but right out into the open. No smokes available. It is free pickings. They had to go on a 2-2 split here, so at least 2 of them will survive in Liu as well as Flower. Alpha7 is taking heavy casualties on this northern edge, but it's Yangon Galacticos got themselves in towards these buildings quickly. They were fast on their approach too. It was that early push that really solidified this position. They've been playing a 2-2 for a long, long time. RRQ just hasn't given them much grief whatsoever though. But I would genuinely be happy to see a GOAT win
on that eastern side. RRQ being a little bit tentative. As you say, not putting too much pressure onto things. Yangon Galacticos with only 3 elims at the moment, though, with 6 teams alive. Going down here would just not be a good enough performance for them, frankly, because they do need to jump up towards that 6th place to keep themselves in the running to defend their title here at the PMWC at EWC. And they are 2-2 split right now. GOAT team resetting, lining up their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is, where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this one? Try and pick up some of the drags, because they've already done a lot in terms of isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker, in my opinion, in this match. Like, the way these teams are playing right now, it just feels like they're waiting for other teams to struggle against the circle. I mean, for instance, right here, Alpha7, they have to move. RRQ's not done much this game, but they're happy to punish as they have to head over towards the dip. AG.AL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time as well, not really done much off the back of it. They could have easily attempted to get in on the action as GOAT went over towards Nongshim RedForce, but AG.AL, some good nades over the top, will take out the remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame, John. A very, very weird endgame.
Yeah, so much commitment to the south side of Danqing so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open and knock over towards the Yangon Galacticos position on the south point. This 2-2 split will make it reservable, but Alpha7 going to get pushed over the hill, and with an opening, they might be able to find something. RRQ descend from that eastern side and take on AG.AL. Head-to-head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers, and they will be borne out in the result. Lepar goes down, but that's going to be pick-upable.
Maybe.
That's a real word.
Pick-upable, potentially. Down towards that south side. Put him in a vehicle, moving forward. Loot crate in play here, but as I told you before, it's very open. Emergency cover players are almost essential at this point in the game. Alpha7 has to figure out something and figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos on this 2-2 split, they should have been able to realize this by now. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They need to smoke train over towards one of these buildings. A 3v2, very doable here, and will close off the sightlines from the rest of the Yangon Galacticos squad.
A nade, a little opening, and Alpha7 will descend. Maybe even GOAT team could crash on towards it. But they're content for now. As RRQ start to march forward, Alpha7 with the cover flares, they can get a little bit closer to this now. Blank Revo is spotted, though, from across the way and will be immediately flushed. So Alpha7 down to 2 very, very quickly. And how do you make this one work? Shots now being levied over towards GOAT team on the western side. But they can't move. It's a stalemate.
RRQ holding out GOAT team. GOAT team holding out RRQ, you're right. Alpha7 trying to get some shots over towards Yangon Galacticos, but RRQ just have these broadsides, and not for a single second have they just let Alpha7 move freely here. It has massively slowed them down. I think they were coming into this endgame with very few smokes available. Zone 9 now just hits, and we will be closing to center. Carrillo, last nade. Has to be a big one, but I think at this point in time, it is the final hurrah from Alpha7. Yangon Galacticos, though, up to 6 eliminations. How do they want to play this one out? GOAT team is just looking monstrous this match. They genuinely have looked better than everyone else.
A real wild crash out from RRQ as they try and mount up, get across the open ground and only leave 2 of themselves alive. But in a 2v2 against Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done and dusted. A hop out from Smile. What are you doing, man? Straight into the firing line, and that's the opener that RRQ were looking for. The blue zone pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them.
Yangon Galacticos starting to have to leave here. GOAT team will squeeze the pressure on. RRQ moves out, JS9 in play, but it's GOAT once again. Killer Joe at distance. Yangon Galacticos down to 1 final player. What can Mane do here? 60 bullets in a dream.
A nade over towards Romeo. The blue zone's going to force him over the edge. He drops down, and down he goes. It is GOAT team going God mode.
They have to be happy with that game. I mean, the way that they're screaming at the end of it, they deserve this match more than anyone else. There was such slow gameplay from everyone else in the lobby. It felt like GOAT was the only one carving their own legacy into this match. Couldn't ask for anything better. You really couldn't.
They climbed themselves up to the top of that mountain, and it was a tough road for them. Their positioning on the south side, as you were saying, they were the only playmakers in this circle. Their move to Ulf, their decision not to try and just stumble forwards, creep towards Danqing like everybody else. Instead, they stepped back, they looked at the bigger picture, and they took a big chicken dinner.
There was just so much willingness as well to just give Yangon Galacticos those locations. Playing a 2-2 split there, for the amount of time we're in that location, you deserve to be crashed upon on that 2-2 split. Holding those two buildings for as long as they did only happens because there is such passive gameplay around them in that location. Everyone is so afraid to get third-partied right now, and again, that's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The pressure is on. GOAT's feeling none of it, apparently.
Well, yeah, they were just unleashed there. They were allowed to graze on any pasture they liked. There was just nothing stopping them. And you're right. I mean, it was particularly RRQ and Alpha7 on that northeast side around the Yangon Galacticos position that just really didn't push into it, didn't go for those targets until the Blue Zone forced them to do something that was completely unfavorable to their longer-term point-scoring prospects.
It's very tentative gameplay right now from Alpha7, and it's almost annoying for me because the beginning of that game, my God.
Oh, yeah.
I saw glimmers of the past. I saw the demon that used to be there before the mask descended. I want more of that. Alpha7 looked genuinely insane at the start, but let's hear more from Kalaris and what he thinks about Alpha7.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, once again here for the 100th time I am with Revo, as always. Let's talk about that game, actually. Of course, GOAT Team did get the win, but you guys were incredibly resilient in this game. You actually, from the word go, eArena hunted down Carrillo and then was able to take him down. Of course, then you were able to save Gizao to be able to get the res off here. But what's going through the team's mind in that point? Because that's a scary prospect when you're in a hot drop in ULF.
Yeah, I think we know that can happen. Like, it can happen with everyone. So we always have a plan B to do anything when that thing happens. So we was ready to that, and we did a great match.
Yeah, you guys have already told me, you told me especially, that you're really good under pressure, and that kind of really exemplifies it. And speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game, once again in the late game, you guys go down to one player and able to get the recovery back up to 3 to continue things on to eventually, I think you had like 9 elims in this game as a whole or something like that. So when you go down to the 1 again and then are able to recover to the 3, what's going through the team's head in that moment?
I think like that means to be a Brazilian because we never give up. So we was trying to keep everyone alive. Of course, we lost 1, but we are trying to stay like safe in that house, and we did it. Like, and in my mind, it was not passing nothing. I was like, it's okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it anyway. So yeah, was that.
Feeling good for a top 6 today?
Feeling good. I know God gonna give it us. If you qualify, gonna be by God. So I trust Him, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Message for the fans.
Tamo junto, hein?
That's Revo.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi, I'm here with FURIA from AG.AL from the survival stage. I want to ask them a few questions about the tournament overall and see where they sit so far. So first questions first. You guys were 9 points away from qualifying through into the final. I wanted to ask you guys if there was any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed looking back at it to maybe just go directly into the final for the top 5.
那我们现在在生存赛当中有 AG.AL 的 FURIA 给带来我们这次的采访。然后 FURIA 首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。现在如果让你去回想一下的话，当时能做出什么样的调整，或者怎么样的进步来相当于能成功的拿下这9分，并且直接进决赛呢？
其实当时知道差9分，其实挺可惜的吧。然后因为那人的圈运其实也算很好的。 然后当时也是没打好，心里一直在想，如果少犯点失误的话，是不是就直接晋级了？
It was a pretty big disappointment to lose out with just 9 points, and honestly, like the circles were pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple of mistakes too many. And looking back, you know, if we only just ironed out some of those mistakes, played a little bit better, I think we could have gotten that 9 points and gone straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're right on that regard. Okay, so let's talk about actually the last game from yesterday on Miramar, and it was kind of like Lost Leona's finish. Urban endings can be very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to move through, but AG.AL performed it masterfully to be able to go from building to building, really get through to the middle, despite having to make a lot of movements. So, were there any big challenges that you felt like there was going to be there when you were making those moves through Los Leones?
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛。然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏，就是到处都有危险。但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼一栋楼这样清过去，然后最终成功的直击了。那能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中哪一些时刻特别的危险，以及你们当时做出了哪一些就是比较亮眼、比较优秀的一些决策呢？
当时的话应该是扎进去的时候风险挺大的吧，然后当时是被两边一直扫，还好没有掉人。然后后面的话就是我们一起抱团吧，然后一步一步清一个边出来，然后慢慢的往前推，往前打。
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in Los Leones, it was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle because we were getting kind of like flanked by 2 different teams. But we managed to, you know, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one singular unit, and I think that was what clinched us victory.
All right, thank you very much, FURIA, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AG.AL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game. But a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit later on. So check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team generally the first time in this tournament. I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between 3rd place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way up. We will see that on the overall leaderboards. There we go. But yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited that we actually got a zone here because there's some really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon. I was really happy with Yangon. Yes, it's a more of a passive second place. Yes, the zone was given to them a little bit, but they defended pretty well against RRQ, and we could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone. So actually, I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer shots, man. There's some awesome shots coming on through there, and yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT. But Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos, who just had a fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit on to go. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? A strong second place, Yangon. Again, the point gap is so small, that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong second place. And look at Go Team, 25 points, RRQ as well. A lot of these squads that actually needed the points. But Lace, I'm looking especially at one squad. And that squad, it's currently in 4. Damn right, Alpha7 showing up, and not only that, we got a chance to see Revel showing what we know he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was kind of like such a beautiful start for them. They're just dropping slightly northwest of Yulin and not getting into that hot drop scenario. But what actually happened was eArena forced them out of their initial drop into the hot drop zone as a duo. But you think that would be the downfall of them? No, Reaver the Beast has been unleashed and has come back to play today. He was able to drop 5 eliminations, holding off so many teams that there's actually, I wish I grabbed the clip for you, scaring away RRQ. Ooh. I mean, he is pushing so much presence onto this team that their team was able to revive themselves, adapt. They cleared a very clear route for them to be able to sit on that northern side. And although, you know, they ended up as a duo at that final against YG, did you see just how much aggression they were showing even as a duo in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for yesterday, and they've turned up today.
Yeah, throw away that car once again. Just make sure we stop hitting Max, because everybody's been doing it over and over again.
Max, I got you.
But just talking about, talking about that gap of points, a GOAT team ends up pushing up all the way up to second place, and this is perfectly, this couldn't be the most perfect example for all the teams that are currently outside of the top 6. If you have a good performance here, you will end up jumping up to that top 6 because of how much everything that Tianba was able to sponge up yesterday.
It's so true, but this is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the next couple of games. Because look at second place, look at 6th, only 10 points difference. Then 7th with Geekay 46, eArena 46, Yangon Galacticos with 44. The list goes on. It's so close. So GOAT may have gotten a big jump into that second place position, but it's not over yet. We still have 5 more matches to actually. It could go either way here. These other teams, they're not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting, okay? It's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going towards the finals, but I do know that GOAT team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us, because I know Killer Joe definitely speaks English, and they've been adjusting those rotations and trying to make sure they stay alive towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from GOAT team, so I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone. I got some analysis to make right now. Look at bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I want you to look at these positions in particular. You see GOAT team on the southern side. They've been there for like a decent amount of time here, just chilling on the outskirts. Northern circle, meaning they have 2 options: or they avoid the fight inside the city of Danqing, or they head to the eastern or western side. And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line here. As you can see, there's a big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim RedForce and eArena. And this is just ringing the bell. This is your opportunity right here, right now, GOAT team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side, and they occupy that as their main playing spot for pretty much the rest of the game, but also avoiding all of the skirmish happening in the city itself. It's literally a two birds, one stone kind of situation. And GOAT team, this gives me hope. They can be a strong team in the finals. I just wish they would make it just more consistently, because this was 10 out of 10 stuff.
And that's why GOAT team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a chicken for that one. Hopefully you'll be able to keep on getting more, because right now we're going to be heading on to none other than game at number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day with every single match. One opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank.
For GOAT team, obviously, it's very easy to put all those points. And for Alpha7 on our screen, obviously I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was, at the start of that last game, I was very pleased with their performance. I really was. There's just tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out. He was setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus GOAT team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough. And I understand in the last game there's a lot of moving parts in that end game. But they did show, as Kalaris said, a lot of resilience in the early game. And we can't forget that. I think they had a fantastic start. I think they had the best start to that last game than anyone else. And I've said it before, it's very promising right now. So we'll see what more they can get done. The FURIA, on the other hand, another team that I did want to talk about. I think they went down fairly early that last match. They got stuck in towards Dansheng, tough position to play, slowly bled out players. I have no doubt in my mind, though, the FURIA is not going to pop off later today at some point. I think the FURIAs should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to now, they are looking for a big win at a major stage in the year. But we're heading into game 2 now with Erangel flying over from the top side of the map down towards Nova Repnoya.
A nice, even playing path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last Rondo. Not super favorable for the teams on the south, but it felt reasonable. We have had some much worse circles moving forwards. eArena out fairly early, near Alpha7 there. eArena employing interesting strategy at the start of that last Rondo, right? Really going on the hunt, like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's some things that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for eArena to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it was, I believe, it was ULF and Alpha7 who lost their solos.
It's been happening actually a lot more recently. There's been more and more times where we'll try and catch out 1 or 2 teams who are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot every single time. That team will just wander in, get themselves free elimination, and practically ruin the hopes of another team, or at least make their rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case on ULF. So yeah, I do think that that is happening more. It's just the first time we've really seen a team go after multiple squads at the same time. QZZ currently at 4,470 damage done. Milu close behind 3,900, but the drop-off between QZZ and Killer Joe in 3rd place, kind of wild, because 3,500 damage is pretty good, honestly. But QZZ has just been on another world entirely over the course of these 2 days. Circle very kind right now over towards Boatyard Ruins. Geekay getting a nice start over towards Pachinki at the moment. Wolves scattered across Gatka Fields. And you could be scattering Jutsu all over the place with the new Naruto skin set, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Make sure to draw that in-game, because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best ones, actually, I've seen in quite a while. And you can also have a little tiny Kurama if you want it, right? You know, you get that Ninetales Fox. He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
It is very cute as well. It was one of the things I was very envious of. Have to try and pursue that one. Get your spins in, get on to the game. See if you can pick those up. RRQ on the south side near that quarry area. No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just Geekay on the inside there. Now that was settled. That was drawn to a close.
And that's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the beautiful trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. And also get a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage. Banked on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see, honestly. It's really, really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric, and I might add quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy, you know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not, actually. They have ear protection on, so they should be fine. and they will show their support efficaciously. GOAT team moving over towards what? Yeah, it's true. It's very effective.
Who likes searching the dictionary for that one?
Efficaciously.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I think I came up with
saw
the
you
right...
pull out the dictionary and start flicking through there.
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
Rifle.
And what I find would be eleemosynary.
Oh, okay, wonderful. No clue what that means.
Neither. I'm pretty sure it means like something.
You've just... All right, fair enough. You skipped a single page and just gone for it.
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition.
I would hope you did. You're like the picture book of dictionaries. You just look at the words. Yeah. Don't want to look at the definitions.
Absolutely, yeah. A is for Alpha7.
That's true. B is for Brazil.
B is for Brazil. C is for Korea. I don't have it. I'm out. I'll tap it out of that one. FURIA. Ooh, stop, drop and roll. Down the hill. But they do get back to their tyres and will be on the road again. To come in from that eastern side. Tianba from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into. Teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well, crowd in around the edges of Pachinki in this spot. They're still far afield from one another. These teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game. It's always weird coming from Rondo because it's from minute one you're bombarded by elimination after elimination. Plenty of ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on the map. But for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly, I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula on their crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go.
Alpha7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further east and try and push in on that side of things. And Alpha7 are a little bit split right now, so it is kind of dangerous if Alula go for a full crash on towards one of the positions on the north with Obscure, with Revo, both kind of isolated from one another.
Well, for Alpha7 right now, I can see what they're trying to do, right? You're trying to maintain control of box, also have some control over the compounds that sit underneath Everest, and you're basically guaranteeing as much in towards the next circle as possible. All those locations are good, and there is support that you can make from across the river. And Guizhou went for a slight push-up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially was a team roaming on the northern edge. But he's going to back down towards the south side of Everest. Everyone's quite well situated though. School currently taken by Tianba. They shifted over from that eastern side. Alula crosses over the water to the banks of Rozok. But pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here. So we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side. But AG.AL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad, probably towards the first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AG.AL or Tianba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. For AG.AL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AG.AL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through, to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, as the circle crunches in, again, fairly chilled out circle, keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just gonna have to look to move forwards. And Alula split themselves 2 and 2 to try and find the best way across. I imagine that they've spotted Alpha7 on that location. With Alpha7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to get through It's interesting. It would be interesting to see if they try and go 2-2 and actually cross into different locations, because at that point, they're committing to being completely split until they can regroup in maybe Zone 7.
It's really hard, okay? It's really, really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard and back to one another, which is why you're actually seeing them re-rotate to regroup over towards the western edge alongside with the rest of the team that's south of box. AG.AL getting blasted right now as they push over towards Ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're mildly successful, honestly, off the back of it. They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags.
Okay.
Not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in, making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful.
Yeah,
on
medium,
this push.
medium
maybe,
success.
Maybe
you're right.
Bit of piri-piri on that one.
Piri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people and teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AG.AL had a very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards Ruins too early either because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think AG.AL plays into that quite quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one, but Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle, because you know what the other teams around you
Kenji is done
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there, or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy, not entirely sure. No, he is, just on his belly, trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone, he's out.
Yeah, they did. Didn't hear him. He leapt off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. And we are heading over towards Ruins, in fact. A lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AG.AL, medium success to massive success, honestly.
Yeah.
Really well done.
With that circle, they have got themselves a really nice slice of it. Alpha7's compound as well is pretty huge, overlooking so much the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. eArena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think there's an impetus to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially. Goat team in with a scrap on the south side as they're trying to leave past Gatka open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now. Baton moved over towards that northern edge. They were split on the team quite fully along with one another. Slonic just about able to get off into the distance, but before he does get knocked down, I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out. They weren't really thinking that, oh my God, there's going to be a lot of teams coming from that south side. And we're quickly shut down because of it. ULF tries to go center. ULF is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on ULF, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and ULF getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For ULF, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for ULF, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they've managed to shed all the players that they had. But yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AG.AL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha7 throwing a bone here, but I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Al-Ula away, remove a lot of that. That's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
With their ability to hold that 2-2 split. I liked they did regroup on the northern side, so they weren't solos.
Very quick to reassess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I believe that, although, yeah, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good, Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly. And I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. FURIA making a similarly wild rotate in. Yangon Galacticos looking to punish, and Chief is down. And oh yeah,
that is nasty stuff coming through. One player now left for FURIA. Coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forwards. Geekay, they were put through the ringer in that last match, but it looks like they're going to survive on their compound as well. As RRQ go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AG.AL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things down. And they only have Milu left standing, and it needs another. Let's go for another 1v4. Why not?
Great nade from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive here, forgetting the castle is in play. Nade over the top, tries to finish out QZZ, does go far enough. Well done. Really good hold here from AG.AL, leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 master, alive at the end here.
For Tianba, another fairly low-scoring game, potentially on the cards here, with only the single elim found. We said before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate in this spot. Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim RedForce playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing 1 of their players as well. As they left Kenji in the shadow of Al-Ula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
Geekay holding. Next circle is closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. eArena is trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away. Filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
ULF now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier, able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and ULF will go down, so not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. Geekay, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong Rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here, understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is GOAT team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geekay doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You've just got Milu remaining down there.
Ooh. Alpha7's position gets so much stronger when eArena leave the top of Everest. For GOAT team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as eArena move, the rooftops become so dangerous against GOAT team. They're going to have to have a real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like eArena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yeah, starting to look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian RedForce, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here and will slow the guys from GOAT down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Noxian RedForce definitely the main force that is distracting away from GOAT. And GOAT turns their eye towards them. You could see them just about start to shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they got to get rid of this team.
Hyunbin causing problems there. Noxian RedForce again, they're on 2 players alive. They're out of this current zone blank. They have to step forwards. So finding these little openings is exactly what they needed. Diminishing the power of GOAT team across the way. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Fuchsman starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is fending off against Geekay, who won a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from GOAT team, but in comes the shots from the sidelines here, and it is Revo finding Moxie. This is good. Very, very well done. You have to capitalize on that. And this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha7. Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have center circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster throughout the tournament. It's hard to call them doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. eArena did now finally pull fully off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Milu 1v4 time, question mark.
Is he going to do it again? There's 2 players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The 2 players from Geekay not getting back on up, and he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck, and he's got another. He's just got 8 rounds left, though. The DBS out of ammo, and there is no more left in the tank.
It ruins the day of Geekay, though. That's nuts. That is nuts. I mean, Milu is just disgusting. Oh my goodness me. GOAT team up to 8 eliminations on this game, despite everything still putting up those points. Alpha7 wrapped underneath. Tried to catch him off guard there. Fuchsman did send over towards that southeast side, looking to hold out Tizzy from Noxian RedForce. Kiwoom DRX also taking shots over. And Force will be knocked, leaving just Fuchsman remaining. We'll see if Alpha7 is able to pick up that point, and they do.
Oh, he steps out into it. TZ holds his nerve, gets across, and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu was doing some dastardly deeds out in the open, so potential to find a lot of loot here, but I don't know if TZ's going to stop. In the meantime, AG.AL, good shot. 721 GS looking to take the fight. AG.AL with their maximum successful rotate earlier on. Looking to try and convert now into transition into this circle. Alpha7, oh, they've just lost a player on that northern side. Revo went out too close to eArena and does get clipped.
I mean, it has to be the scout, though. I think that's fair. The fact they're trying to gather information, now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AG.AL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So no one's known he's here for so long. He backstabs over towards AG.AL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
Changing the tempo on the lobby as eArena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there, leaving one player back. We thought it might have been a misplay, but Blank, I think I still believe that. But he goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle. But Dopeness, 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than they could have hoped for in that spot.
Another late entry for AG.AL though, today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up towards these endpoints. Alula forced to move down, and AG.AL looking to bolster this position. They flow up. Carrillo looking over towards KRX. XZZ opens up over towards Claws, but it's Yasser over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth, but Maple comes through with the shotgun and will finish them off in fantastic fashion. They've got to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But eArena from the western side, they've got the license to a limb right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest, telescopes and binoculars put away, and they're looking to get the big elims on.
He wound DRX as well into the fight. XZZ with a chance to shut it all down though. Their chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off of the back foot here, but they are now on one player alive. He's burning. And now the DBS is going to try and shut him down from up on high. Tags one, but can't get the second done. Where did he go down from? Was that eArena? Schweppes moves on out, as do the rest of them. What a flex across.
Alpha7 now up against eArena. Good flex coming through from them, like you say. Goodness me, felt bad for him on that last DBS shot. Took him so incredibly low. Would have been a great clutch up for AG.AL, but still a strong game for them at 15 points total. 2 final teams. eArena, who came blasting out in their group with a huge game, versus Alpha7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
Losing Revo earlier may be a difference maker here though, Blank. For Alpha7, they need all the sightlines they can get, and eArena have been able to change the pace, play slow, and immediately turn it on when it mattered. Rolling around on the hillsides, they're trying to get that information, but Mormon with that MG3, a major threat on the angle. Obscure and Guizao pulling up and maybe looking to go trade for trade with the nades. Obscure dodges that one, launches one in response, and Mormon steps out of the way. MG3 to rattle Obscure straight on down on the hillside. Schweppes steps in, and Joker is the trade. Now 2 players have the broadside on Tourniquet, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tourniquet backing off, comes back around the angle. Moment over the top side, he's flying through the air, might get out of the vehicle, but his eye on fire. Guizao goes down to a rundown as he gets out the car, leaving just Carrillo in a 1v3. A hard game from them. A chicken dinner would be great, but this feels like an impossible task. Moves off the angle, 5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary. Cannot get the shots underneath the vehicle over towards Tourniquet. Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings one far, looking for the bounce. Might hit good, doesn't quite grab him though, constantly repositioning.
Another Molotov on the vehicle forces him away from it. Has to step into the firing line. And eArena, from atop the Everest position, able to descend, control the northern side, and squeeze the life out of the lobby.
I mean, they pulled up those files. None of them were classified. They had locked-in info on every single team. And they took the silencer out and certainly silenced a lot of these squads in the lobby. The boys in Alpha7 though, another good game. A repeat of success is really good to see from them. And again, what I really liked is I understood the game plan from them. It felt like it wasn't haphazard from the squad. And even when Revo went down, I didn't really mind that all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job. He's scouting out for the team. Yes, he gets a little bit far and potentially wasn't expecting the sightlines from eArena on the top side. But even if you do go down like that, at least you're passing back information. There's a northern squad there. So for Alpha7, another strong game. I think it is a top 6 today.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like that was a lot better. They addressed some of the issues from that first Rondo. They were a little bit more dynamic when they needed to be. Losing Revo may be something they can patch up, but it is improvement consistently, which is exactly what you need for a survival stage. So great news for them. And eArena able to do a lot of work to try and push themselves back into that conversation as well. Yeah, there have been questions about the consistency of this roster. Of course, Schweppes, the only player here to have that opportunity at the triple title of PMWC. He has been able to win it twice before. So to see him go home in the survival stage would be pretty galling, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good stuff so far, though. AG.AL looking fantastic. Today seems to be the day of getting back on form, but we'll be back on form very shortly after a very short while.
Hi, Colaris here at PMWC for day 2 of Survival Stage. And we haven't got to talk to Wolves at all throughout this tournament so far, so why on earth not do it here with Baton to talk about everything that's going to be going on so far from basically the group stage into the Survival Stage. So thank you for joining me here, Baton. I want to ask you about, obviously you guys got a second place with 11 eliminations on that last game yesterday, but so far, the chicken dinners, the wins have kind of eluded you. What's denying you those chicken dinners? I understand the tournament's very hard, of course, but what's it like from the team's perspective?
I mean, first of all, we're doing like a lot of individual mistakes now, and we're not far up to the end of the game. That's our main problem. We're trying to fix it, and I think if you will be far up every game, it should be much easier and to get chicken dinners, win, whatever.
So let's talk about the Los Leones game specifically, right? Because you guys got to Los Leones pretty early relative to everybody, a lot of other teams, and committed to it quite early as well. When you look back on that, a second place with 11 wins is great, but are there any moments from that game or in that game that you look back on and you think you could have done differently or even differently enough to be able to beat AG.AL in the final moments?
I think it would be different if me and Necessary stay alive, because we lost like me and Necessary in fight with NS RedForce. We could just hold them like because they didn't have the zone. If we just hold them and we were like 4 up, I think it was our game.
So I guess I'll actually add a final question as well. What was the expectation for Wolves coming into this tournament? As I mentioned before, obviously, and you know as well, a very hard tournament overall, the best teams in the world. What's the goal for Wolves here in this tournament?
Okay, for now it's obviously just to qualify to the final. Yeah. But in the final, just to improve our game and show our best.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Baton, for joining us here. This is day number 2 of the Survival Stage, and we're signing out right now.
Thank you, Colaris, for that amazing interview. And eArena, Max, we finally see them showing up here, even though they were just chilling for the longest time in Everest. But great movement out of that squad to come out with the win.
A non-Rondo chicken dinner? Well, I'll take every day of the week. No, it's really good to see Everest, of course. Very important area if you have a circle shifting towards the northwestern side of Erangel, which is what ended up happening there around ruins. But in particular, what I loved is they were trying to get rid of threats before they become a major threat. In this game in particular, Al-Ula, they were having major control of ruins. I think you might want to talk about them later on, Liptura. But they had really big control of ruins, and I think eArena understood that would be a big issue for them later on down the line. So they knew if they try and get rid of Al-Ula, or maybe not straight up eliminate them, but force them away from their position, maybe they can actually end up getting the win. So I think eArena here, that was some top tier stuff, and I wish to see it just more consistently.
And Lace, one thing that we saw too is them gatekeeping Alpha7 in a way, because Alpha7 ended up being just in the house. Usually that's a team that likes to spread their wings a little bit more in that kind of position, but eArena wasn't allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really even disappointed with what they were trying to do in that certain scenario. You know, they were, you know, down a player compared to that. So them being able to sort of scout that position. Obviously, I think when our wonderful AG.AL got out of the vehicle, probably just a bit too early. I think that's where the miscommunication led them. And obviously he was not in a good position whilst, you know, eArena was still scouting in the vehicle. is. But look, it's a better effort. Like, we have to take from yesterday to today, they're getting in those top 5s.
And better effort, we saw that from KRX in this game as well. Not necessarily the final push, KRX, but you know what? You guys have been absolutely awful so far, so I'm happy to see some great stuff from you guys.
Yeah, it is nice to see a little bit of life coming in from them, but eArena just cleaning things up. Schleps, oh my goodness me. eArena, very, very impressed with how they played this, waiting for A7 to make a move first, to come to them, to let them know where their position is, and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be, especially in the hands of a professional team like this. But A7 had a lot of options, and eArena just made sure that those options dwindled very, very quickly. So very happy with EA for this last game.
Quick positive for all the teams at the end there, in particular looking at Alpha7 and eArena. Not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of your momentum. Like, they actually stop the car, get out of the car, start shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm sure Blank is going to heavily enjoy that finishing moment. What was that?
So can you do that again for us?
Damn, boy, you made the whole camera shake and everything. But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today, because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is total stats, and so far, Go Team, we know those eliminations are going to be coming in, but Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already double in some the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this through. Even if we come out of that match and their rotation from military base. And like, I do want to kind of add in RRQ just into this mix, because they had every opportunity to be able to gatekeep on military bridge. They didn't, just decided to rotate, but their power in holding a position is unfortunately not the best. But that's what GOAT can realize. They moved through that sort of western side. They were able to position themselves well. Nice split hold, which we see from them so often. They have that dominance power. So this is exactly why we're seeing them collectively get these good positions and these eliminations. So, I mean, it's incredible work from them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's amazing.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're
the greatest of all time.
It is. It really is. But I really enjoy the zone control that they're trying to keep going forward game after game. It's a nice bit of consistency that we're seeing. EA as well, not to go back to them, but they had a really nice push down off the mountain. They were able to sweep behind really, really well after Alula. Yes, hello, A7 as well. Second place, okay, that's good, that's good. Whoa. But stop that. Stop. No, but for me, Alula was a really, really nice. The way that they split around to surround ULF when they pushed out the spread across that zone. They did actually try to push up to EA as well, which I did notice, but I think just that terrain was just not going to be really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds, apart from that, really good game. I like it. I like it.
Nice, Alula. One team that I know you were keeping an eye on as well, Max, is none other than Tianba, because Tianba, what was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethrens of all gamers. And actually, I believe we do have a replay that might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tianba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players get knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got wrecked literally upon entry in this area. It's just a nade funnel at that point. And then eventually, all gamers, Maple in particular, is like, wait, we got a massive advantage here. We're just going to wrap it up, end up getting all of those flushes, and only Milu is left alive, which, no, Milu can do 1v4s, we've sure it before. But Tianba, sure, they're in first position, but I'm looking ahead of the finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble, maybe that could cost them the tournament. So Tianba, position like this, you can't play too passive, you need to commit if you want to come out on top.
Especially when you have a team like AG.AL wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push, because they also need the points. This is a team that hasn't really been performing well, but let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking. Tianba is still in first place, but Alpha7 making that push now to second place. Go Team, due to those amazing eliminations that they were able to get in that last game, they maintained themselves there within the top 3. And we're going to start seeing a bit of a gap here between some of the points too, Max, as FURIA goes all the way down to 5th.
Yeah, it's been looking a little bit tough, unfortunately. I'm not seeing anything from Silence and AG.AL, which is quite unfortunate. We know those guys are very good, literally on the local stage or on the international stage. It's been kind of the Higor show right now for the side of FURIA. So I would love to see a little bit of a team-wide effort, though, on the second page. boy, ULF, what's going on? They're losing players on like phase 2 or 3 Niptura. This is not the ULF that I know.
It isn't the one that I know either. It's not the one that anybody knows, quite frankly. It's not the one we saw in the group stage. Yes, they kind of slowed down in some of the group stage games, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. I don't know what's happening. We've gone from, players of, the old Fireflux, right? We had players of old Fireflux being, with Ketch as the AG.AL, and they're making such a massive comeback, and then all of a sudden they get here, and they just fizzle out, and I'm so confused because this is a team that has incredible firepower, right? They are so good at that aggressive play, and we're just not seeing anything. Well, exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then doing nothing now?
Just final point on that one. Usually they're slow starting team. This is taking way too long to build up that momentum. It's very, very slow.
That's right, Alpha7 fans. Get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go, Alpha7. Let's send it over to none other than the man with high energy, high juice, and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I got Hot Jukes here with me for everything. And we got a few teams, such as eArena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position to stage this from. Good information from there, not only a great staging point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right? They've had like the biggest in a past for Rondo, right? But still couldn't make it into the finals then. But they're here now. They get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
What's particularly impressive is holding Alpha7 in that compound to then swing around the north side, hit the east, be able to clean that up, eliminating threats. They're a very opportunistic team, and I think that was really exemplified in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had all the sight lines on everything, holding that edge at first, and then they saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AG.AL, who, of course, is in the running for a club championship point, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AG.AL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XZZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish, but still 11 eliminations. So they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance, but at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future. And you know what? The future is bright for AG.AL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling. So let's get another game going here for PMWC.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your
small man with a big voice.
Yeah, I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, leave me alone. Oh dear, that was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Tatchik. Please, leave me alone.
I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just
if possible.
Let me live. Let me live, please.
Yeah.
Go team were like, no.
FURIA don't look too happy. The body language is looking a little bit rough. We got Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1,000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing nothing. I think Yangon Galacticos have been putting up a good fight. Again, for sort of an unknown from last year to a very well known. I don't think they're doing terribly right now at PMWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the finals at least. They got to get on the bike now, though, 100%.
Absolutely. Definitely something you need to try and step up towards. We said it would be a little bit of a shame if the defending champions weren't there in the finals, but if you're not good enough, doesn't matter what you've done before, you need to do it now. You need to get stuck in. And we're going over Erangel, the plane path. Heavy south lean on it again, blank. From that Sosnovka military base over towards the Popka. It is pretty nasty, isolating positions up on the northwest, and I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're Alpha7 over in North George. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Alpha7 should have a secondary here. We'll see exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side, potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that, though. But yeah, FURIA, definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. I see a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here. Go dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
Now, I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. Geekay are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta over towards the mansion shelter prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles, Blank. It's going to be tight.
Also, we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha7.
Okay.
They did this quite frequently, so they are going east side. Nice to see. AG.AL down towards Milta Power and Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone. Honestly, this is probably one of the kinder circles they could have gone for here. It's not fully down towards Sosnovka, but it is around the area where you'd want to be playing, where the playing path has been dropped to you off. So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For ULF, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Kiwoom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close. But ULF could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find something here. As you said, it's what they would need.
And for top 6, it's actually very kind. It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again, where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again. So we finally settle on the Chosen. Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping
okay.
on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury Orc skin from in-game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set. There it is.
Okay.
Teasers for a while there, but finally we got it on board.
Looks pretty.
But it does look pretty. It also has an alternate version as well. We're going to show me the spin. Show me the spin.
No.
No spin.
No spin. Spinless.
Spinless?
None for you. You've got to get it in game to see the alternate.
That is really sad, actually.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto event, because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get...
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's correct.
Generally, the things you say tend to have meaning, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, it's a huge event. It's a huge event. It's a huge thing in game, just like Tsunade. It's fantastic. Yeah. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he said
I did, yeah.
I'm so glad.
JJK, you know, we've had everything. We've had everything so far. I can only imagine it'll continue. So big up to the PUBG Mobile team.
Oh yeah.
Please continue.
Big fan on that one. eArena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Severny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily, you'd imagine. The question is direction. Do they regroup over towards Severny or to the west side by Georgia Pole? As ULF mount up as well. And as we said before, they need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for ULF. They're going to grab the buggy, get a move on, but they are fairly central already. 721 GS, realistically the only team that is in front of them at the moment. Nongshim RedForce down towards that south side. It is very tight on that grouping. 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AG.AL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, you have one more strong game here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tianba, I think it's looking more and more unlikely that they will drop out. I think they'd like 8 more points roughly to get towards that 90-point area, and then they'll be in much better stead. Again, I am talking sort of very big unlikelies right now that Tianba drops out. But they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not been as much as they would need, and what we are also looking at now is confirmation games from 2nd to 4th, right? If you get Alpha7, Goat Team or eArena with a good game, they jump up over that 80-point boundary. All of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those tables. So that is also what we're going to be looking out for those top teams to push themselves over that final hurdle. Tianba, as you said, a little bit more up to their old tricks, I think, today, over the course of it. A little bit timid. There has been some sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday. They've forgotten it already. Like when you try and replicate one of those card tricks you learned when you were like 14 and it goes horribly wrong. Yeah. And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. I forgot my cards. And you're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start to any kind of card trick.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Just imagine it. Pretend we're doing it.
Pick a card in your mind.
Now, pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card? We're heading over towards Dip right now. And Mini Dip. FURIA taking up location there. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to pop around. Slightly slower game so far here, just with the fact that we've had 2 games so far where the circles have not been egregious. This plane path was pretty bad. It was pretty bad for getting everyone across the map, but the circle was very kind on the direction that it went. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so close to rotate. eArena was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide earlier on to get themselves into position, and actually could play off the back of Rozok on this one. They could even go further over towards the eastern side if they'd like, play off the bridge side. But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north. So there's going to be a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns to try and get on through. Tianba has a free approach though, free cut up towards that north side of the map.
Big access. ULF as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near school, so they should be able to take control maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. FURIA may be content to just sit here for a little moment longer. They are kind of fine in this zone. They're probably happy to watch AG.AL and 721 GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that.
AG.AL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. Liu there, the only player able to clap back, and it's looking very bad right now for AG.AL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back to back, and I think for Liu it might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower H and playing on as 2 going forward.
What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721 GS, who are in 15th place. When you're on that 6th place bubble right now, playing as 2 is far from favorable. When you may have been able to control such an important central position. Goodness me, what a way to lose that sort of spot. Now FURIA are close by. Tianba, ULF, all will have heard this fight unfold. And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down. They'll know AG.AL are starting to flag. great news for teams like Geekay, for Nongshim, RedForce, and RRQ to look to push past them as well.
Yeah, for Nongshim, RedForce looking a little bit better here, moving over towards that northern side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one. Both played over towards apartments, but not quite, actually. They have one player inside on the south side, that's Aaron, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily, Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than trying to just live out through there. I think there's been plenty of times where AG.AL has made this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AG.AL. They're just playing on its 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from a match.
Those single-digit point games often are pretty make or break. I mean, we do focus a lot on the big point scoring games, but if you're able, and I've said this so many times, if you're able across all 12 of these matches to get 1 point more per match, you're getting 12 extra points there. It is such a significant difference to be able to play those small ball situations and get some profit out of it, because 12 points could be a difference maker in a massive way.
Okay, so it looks like actually PEL is coming to play here over towards this eastern side. Both Chinese teams in Tianba as well as AG.AL instantaneously sent for apartments. I think it's the correct send too. A lot of teams likely haven't decided on fully committing towards this location. For Tianba, this is more of a gamble. For AG.AL, it's a necessity, right? They have to send here and find a location that teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through, because there are so many other squads in this area and likely will be towards the end game, taking shots at one another. This is an area that AG.AL can potentially secure a high placement off the back of. Maybe not a high eliminations, they may be able to steal a couple of elims here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AG.AL, because even ULF hadn't decided whether they wanted to fully play over towards apartments just yet.
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out on the top there, try and keep control over the surrounding fields, the open areas. North side, you've got Alula and Alpha7, who are opposing ends of Rozhok. Meanwhile, near Pachinki, Yangon Galacticos trying to take a turn around the town, with Q1DRX behind them on their south. Goat team out on the east side of Pachinki, as well as Wolves up to the north. It's fairly packed in here, so I feel like for Yangon, they may just have to crash into a fight. Maybe they could find an outpost from Alula, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B all on his own.
This is multiple times so far that Yangon Galacticos and Alula have found themselves very close to one another on the map. But I will say this, is that anytime that's happened, both Alula as well as Yangon tend to avoid one another. KRX getting taken down. Baton doing some very good work here, in fact, and Finny might just send away on this one. KRX getting absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
RRQ similarly getting shredded as they try and make the cross. I think, yeah, RRQ now down to a solo over in the apartments as they try to dart across the fields to the south of school. Not going to work out. As you were highlighting there as well, Q1DRX tried to crash past the Wolves and there was no quarter given. 3 of them taken down. In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim RedForce clashing on the north side of Potato Hill. You can see the nades starting to fly, but XZY into the hovercraft to keep himself safe. Some nice cover there. Moxie with a nade cooking. Pin pulled for XZY as well. Back in towards that hovercraft, can protect himself nicely from it. A lot of cover. A lot of security found, and away he goes. Goat team not able to extract anything so far.
We'll just go for the lob there for ULF. This is looking like that game, and they are hella happy that they maintain control down towards that southern side and didn't fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk. There's definitely a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments and more teams poured in, but this means now they have this southern side to play. Really like this from ULF. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need one soon. This is their biggest chance though, so far. We want to see a strong match coming out from ULF. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times or doing majority of the work is Scarface. When we sort of know from first-hand experience, the catch and Erangel a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position, right? They would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about eArena, but once those fights to their south start to move forwards, I want to see them flexing something out. Maybe getting stuck in, scouting those fights and trying to find angles.
eArena from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Yangon Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see Ulf on the other side. Really quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading a little bit here over towards their location. 200 bullets total on the 5.56 here. And a PP buys on the Scarface. So some strange kits here for Ulf. Hope that's not across the board. They did get gifted a loot crate though.
Oh yeah. Alpha7 losing Revel on their rotation. And they take up post above on the top of the hill here, further south. They did move in from that north side, so losing one on this approach. Not the worst thing in the world. Could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against Dopeness pushing in. The south side getting crunched towards as well as Goat look to re-engage potentially over towards Nongshim RedForce. The apartment's resolving in the meantime across the circle, but this Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
Yes, it has. I mean, Nongshim's just been giving space after space after space, which I think is fair enough. They're just leading Goat further down this side, waiting for them to silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them to play out of Potato Hill. But I like the patience on side from Nongshim RedForce. I know there really isn't anyone around right now to cause them too many problems, so they can just play this one out slowly. Next circle coming on through as Alpha7 is on the move. Ulf still very pleased with their position. Alpha7 may send over, but it's Dopeness who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now, but somehow they're sneaking through the sight lines and nobody's taking shots. How on earth have Dopeness managed to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third-party this fight with Nongshim RedForce and Goat Team? How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim RedForce caught unawares, and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Lufa goes down, and Nongshim RedForce trying to hold face, but they just appeared out of nowhere.
I understand it. I understand it. We'll go over it later. Wolves immediately rock up to the plate as well, understanding that there is blood in the water. This is a position where they can get some more points off the board, but Dopeness is down. Wolves able to third party onto this one. FURIA quickly moving across as well, trying to bolster the position on that western side. They have a peek in. They realize that, goodness me, this has all gone wrong. It's topsy-turvy on the other side of the map right now. But for Dopeness, it's not the most insane play in the world. I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate across. They have no information, okay? I'll be honest, they have no information, and they just try and make something work on the other side of the back of some kind of rotate. It's a massive gamble from them, which obviously doesn't pay off. I just haven't seen it be done as outrageously as that before.
I mean, with Alula, Ulf, Alpha7, all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. And for Nongshim RedForce to go down there, I feel sorry for them. Because
it was an outrageous play, right?
Yeah.
I know why they did it. It doesn't make it any less outrageous.
The Wolves are now on 8 elims, though, for it. Geekay trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are starting to falter in the face of the damage pouring out. Geekay have been tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well if they can get rid of SayCloud. Try and burn this one down. Alpha7 flex back out to the north. There's the nade to put it to bed. Alpha7 back out to the north, and they're facing off against the route out of apartments for Tianba.
Tianba able to clear out over towards AG.AL earlier. Doing a really good job, honestly. Very, very pleased to see it. Pretty sure they figured out that Tianba only had the 2 players. Tianba figured out AG.AL only had the 2 players there and were just quick to send over. I think they found Liu first and then Flower H came shortly afterwards. It's a difficult game there for Alpha7 as well because it was an insane shot as well. It's like we didn't see it, but it came through from Flower H inside of apartments as Revo was rotating. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad for Revo. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one. But they're just going to play it slow from the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today. They just want to keep the point scoring up. They know they're not in the best position to get a chicken dinner on this game, so they're looking for high placements. Alula continue to take damage here, and Ulf's position becomes more and more secure. This circle, on the other hand, fairly disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. That slope down towards school and apartments, a major feature on that north side. Ulf potentially pretty happy, but they're going to have to face the brunt of FURIA, Wolves, and probably Alpha7 here on the eastern side. They're just going to have to hope that these teams face off against each other first and try and take the fight on that front. The Wolves losing one is good news, but in their stead, Geekay step up as they rotate on the Rap South.
Geekay started out strong yesterday, still maintained a fairly decent point scoring. And another team that absolutely has it in them to make it work. Likely will, after this game, leapfrog over the top of AG.AL. And Wolves have a potential to leapfrog even further.
Some big teams in the top 6 going down early. GOAT and AG.AL. GOAT on 66, probably okay to stay in the top 6 after this one, blank, but real nasty stuff on the south side. eArena rolling out fast though from school. They're trying to descend on Geekay, but it's not going well. They don't have much more left in the tank. Here is another one of them falls, and eArena are cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety, and Geekay once again prove their mettle.
To be fair, eArena sort of just watched that happen to them though. I don't think there's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron picking up some good shots there. Tianba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha7, leaving one low, and Carrillo QZZ will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha7, they have been sort of decimated by the Chinese squads in tandem. But it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tianba still looking to grab the remnants of players coming out from apartments. They control this area beautifully, perfectly. And for Tianba, this likely will be the game that just secures their top 6 going forward.
Again, it's Ulf. They are being quiet. I said I wanted to see a little bit more flex out come through from these guys. They are holding their position. They're holding it well. And maybe given the shape of the circle, they did need to stay in, but they are now only on 2 eliminations, and they are starting to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves, Ulf, trying to trade off against the fights towards FURIA, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tianba starting to step forwards. Let's get you up towards those double-digit elims, Ulf.
Awkward result here, though, for Ulf at the moment. They are struggling to step up, to take the shots over towards Tianba, because AG.AL keeps taking some fantastic shots from upside the hill. But honestly, Ulf's doing a good job of maintaining control here. RQ moving in. A-King looking to get his boy back up again within the safety of the building. Pulls the pin. The grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Aaron goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for Ulf.
And you can't be banking an aid like that. That's not going to go in through the window. I feel like there's some panic setting in here for Renkin. Yeah, I don't see him making it out of this one. In the meantime, over in the zone, FURIA and Tianba now forced to fight off against one another. A knock over towards Chief, but it's traded onto Milu. And a nade does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ in the meantime. Tianba do not have the pressure to move forwards. They were stuck in that engagement. But Milu potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tianba move. Ulf starting to step over the ridgeline as Geekay take that tumble on the western side, down to 1.
Geekay attempting to make that move. We've got pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolves, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves who've had such a rough time of it this tournament, starting to step up tall here. And again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment. Yeah, they are a little bit slow at times, but at least they're getting the aggression in. And when they go for these third parties, they go for it together. That's what's been so nice to see. That disconnect between the players isn't there as much. Feels like they're not getting in their heads as much. This is really good stuff. Tianba finally shut down here, but hit the 19-point mark, and they should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for FURIA. AG.AL crawling his way forwards with the cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up. And manages to dart to cover, but he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top. Looking to launch it towards ULF. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really worry ULF at all. And AG.AL's position definitely known now. One nade on site for Solus. And ULF are starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah, good split from Wolves as well. With the fights they took, they were fairly certain that both the north and the southern edge on the western side are free. So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting pushed on right now. They just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. ULF wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. AG.AL is a problem right now.
There's a Molotov, and a second one to follow it up. AG.AL being corralled. Alula wants to step in and try and take some shots out this way. Catches up to the ridge line. They should be able to spot him now. They know where that one came from.
Shots.
Follow the flames back to their source, and Ketch shuts it out. Now, can ULF convert? Because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
ULF, in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility, it all looks pretty bad right now. Very, very shoddy. Some nades still available. The Scarface opens up onto R3B. Now's the time to do this. Wolves haven't quite started to move out just yet. They'll see that not going through. They need to finish this fight very quickly. The rest of them will start to move in. That looks good. Alula goes down. No knocks on the side of ULF just yet, and they haven't regrouped. Scarface has one grenade. It has to be huge. Over towards Batten. Looks on target. Doesn't hit though.
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree, but ULF step into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for ULF. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it would be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match. It would be the game that they were looking for, but they may have already found it, even with this second place, to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because with the players down the south side, they've practically smoked themselves entirely off. I imagine they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards ULF for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, ULF is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Potential to isolate those sight lines. But the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already, they want to go up to 14. ULF trying to scavenge whatever they can, picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Oh. Cheeky spot, actually. Very cheeky spot to work with. Nate goes forward. Has to be good here. This has to be the opener. Oh! And there it is. Sent long and wide. There's a shot underneath. The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the reds now. ULF knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage, and ULF is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now.
And there they go! Down go the Wolves, and ULF claim the chicken dinner. The 2-2 split exploited A big nade, the bottom of the barrel, scraped bare, and ULF dig deep.
But you can see it's not elation on their faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now. But it's a good game. It's a strong game. They play it out well with limited resources. With singular grenades, they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the top side. They have this slight plateau. Why are we smoking ourselves up on the south side? Why are we denying sightlines? Why are we essentially playing as 2 separate 2-man teams? Very odd, very, very odd.
I mean, getting into nade range was the mistake in the end that cost them dearly. And they just did not have the crossfires established for themselves. The Wolves felt good for so much of that game.
They really did.
And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit.
And there was plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed over towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles. A strange game from Wolves, strange game. I will say that ULF definitely had a slight advantage there because they still had the Shack in play and had a fairly fearsome position to continue to reset off the back of. But yeah, definitely curious. I think there was a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions, make further pushes. As Alula goes down, I think you have to be scrambling to third party that. That was your big chance there. And still a bit mad props to ULF. They knew they had to finish out that fight with Alula instantaneously if they wanted a chance versus Wolf in the future.
I mean, getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start.
Absolute banger.
But the conversion on a knock downhill was what clinched it for them. Because that kept those sightlines tight in. There was no chance for the Wolves to step up.
You take all the guns away from them at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot. And I think that, honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batten back up again, because he had time to walk over towards it, crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was just a very easy game from ULF there on forwards.
Yeah, being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here. I feel like teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. 1 more Erangel is up on the cards. Don't go anywhere.
We booked Esports World Cup.
So we've stopped over to the STC Arena. I've grabbed Ginny because it's time for an update on all things Week 6. Tell me what you got going on.
Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality, as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title.
Okay.
From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
But hopefully, they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates. Because as much as their rosters are very strong, they need one more top 8 finish to even qualify for the Club Championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those two squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
Our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Mana ya? Ini bang. Sini bang. Kita stiker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Udah keren. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Kita nggak tahu cara. Berangkatnya mereka. Ini kah? Mana si amplopnya? Mana diambil harusnya? Lihat. Mana? Di sini. Viewing di situ, viewing. Viewing ini nggak sih? Mau kita serang aja kita. Iya, serangin aja mereka, ayo. Woi, Rani. Pet. Sini, Pet. Kau mati juga kan, jangan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, tren dia. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu, jangan nangis yang. Yeah, let's go.
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as ULF is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. So that's Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown. But Max, ULF ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we were like, ULF is just not looking like the ULF we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the 2nd place at PMGC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al-Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect them to win that fight, really. I mean, me and Kalaris were talking about that game, and Wolves had a great setup, but clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad.
Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, I watched that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. I was theorizing a 3-1 split, 3 on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which ULF was able to capitalize on so greatly. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh, it's because ULF finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really happy with ULF about off the back of that win against Wolves is they waited until the zone was actually pushing in, right? Stage 9 before making their move. They isolated a player of Wolves. They got that knock. They realized that was the weak position and then went up over the top. Because of the zone that was coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So ULF actually actually timed that very well, but I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props for Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad, and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with a different team, which was none other than Nonchim RedForce. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with GOAT. Once they finished off the fight with Nonchim, they went back and finished off GOAT in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel because ULF, I'm happy to see them do well, but Nonchim RedForce get eliminated, so I'm a little bit, torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular. And what I like to see is when it was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side, and Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east, let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate Geekay, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that 2-2 split at the end, honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Nonchim RedForce. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah.
That's what we need them to do. Galaris, we need them to see them being able to start those getting... Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well, because I think the gravitas of the situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flexing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, I mean, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
They're especially interesting because I actually, when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in that last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at, and it had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Alula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And it's like, okay, that's a good send. AG.AL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe, bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many, many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf actually did throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. Yeah. This is too much.
You just deny your own vision too. It's too many.
How many is it actually?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey, that's a great number right there.
Hey.
But I want to actually take a look at the overall, because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches in Neptura. Those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6, that are currently outside, need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know it's what, 2, 3, 5 5 points difference between so many of these teams. The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 3 matches left, 1 more Erangel, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got 1 more Erangel before going to Miramar. That Miramars are notorious for being super difficult, and if you're looking at the overalls here, what do we have? Wolves at 64, Geekay at 60, ULF at 58. ULF making perhaps a late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able to make that top 6.
Max, it's so close. Second place all the way down to 8th. We currently can't see 9 in the rest, but they're only separated by just 10 points.
I mean, right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80 points at the end of the day, maybe 85 if we do go on the higher echelon. So right now, outside of really Tianba, every team, if they have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today, could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in first place, if you're not Tianba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well. As we go here towards the second page, I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
I think it has to happen in this game. I think that if they do not gather the traction, but again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark, and they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale, and you should too in-game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. But let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things out, and things are starting to heat up on the... Luti?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dude!
Yeah.
You made it! You survived!
Yeah, I did
Nicely
survive.
done, bro!
Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Oh.
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's mine now. It's my friend.
It's disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
No.
I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Cast us back to you, Chicky. Chicky!
Save him! Save him! I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams that need to be saved here, Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Gonna be on the mic casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there. Luti, obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course, it's Yangon Galacticos' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in-game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Jukes. That's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha7, they got some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident going in here to the rest of the day. I know they have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final Erangel of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. How loud those drums are going to get, ringing in the ears of competition. But will it fuel
I can still hear him now.
Success, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're going to still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba, a lock, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even eArena in 2nd place, they are not safe, especially if these teams in that 8th place going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 4. Problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. it's top 6 or nothing, literally. Yep. No, 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is knocked. A nice little revenge shot though, but Bootsman is putting it.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher. We're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it. Fight till you make it.
Exciting things happening over at the Allianz Vault. So I've grabbed Trev to break down everything that's going on in chess today.
Well, at the moment, we've got Magnus Carlsen taken to the stage for Team Liquid. A team very in need of points, to say the least, at the moment in the club championship. So a lot is relying on Magnus Carlsen right now for them. It would get them their first place. It would get them their 2 top 8s. So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it comes to the club championship playing.
Okay.
Dennis Lazovic has got through to the next round for AG.AL. And we've got Hikaru going through for Falcons as well. So it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that though. I love that we're getting
Now imagine an entire
themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX. By the way, it's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim RedForce securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win, but I was like, oh, it's KRX. They're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC. Big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes of being consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, as we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. FURIA. I feel bad for FURIA. They had nowhere to go here, Max.
One team that was able to get that second place finish, though, Nongshim RedForce lays that squad. We usually talk about how they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX, I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position, but obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to peek over that top, because obviously KRX had a bit of a rotate in with only the trees to cover them, so it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make the push on the one player that was left. Even though they win that, they get the chicken dinner, they're still a little bit afraid, and you can see it in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take the momentum to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, ladies? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha7. They're also doing a bit right now with none other than Sanskrit for the Indonesian crowd. But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Nimtura.
There was indeed, yeah. I just really wanted to see a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because he played the anchor role to a T. Really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh, no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind the tree.
Hoxie's not told. Oh, yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play at the end of the day. Almost gave many 1v1s back to back. I was like, oh, that's a bit scary. But actually, it could have been a KRX, Noxian Red Force win. If Hyunbin didn't go overly aggressive onto Tianba's position, that was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Hyunbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Hyunbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea is not a great cocktail.
Would it be safe to say, Max, that Hyunbin finally did something that just pissed you off?
That's a bit of a stretch, but I was a bit like, very bad, Hyunbin. No, I didn't like that.
All right, come down there, One Island. But let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tianba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. FURIA with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place. Lays only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on Geekay Esports. I mean, they were turning up the heat in that previous game, especially against GOAT, stopping their rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation, and Alpha7 and all these teams above them dropping like flies. It was going to be their game. And obviously, you know, we heard it there in the interview. They are happy with the way that they're going, and they are saying that's just going to have one little game to change things around with them. I do believe it. I do believe that it should have been that game, though.
And by the way, I'm looking at GOAT right now. GOAT is just the biggest outlier for me because of the amount of eliminations. The thing that we've been talking about this team, outside of the win that they have had, they've only gotten 4 placement points.
Look, Hyunbin didn't piss me off, but GOAT is. Okay, that's for sure, because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day, right, on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. I loved it. It was so nice outside of Danqing. And after that, nothing. And I am so sad because right now they just keep slipping. They might find themselves actually on this second page very soon. They're right now still a lot of big names. ULF, All Gamers, RQ, Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 2 games, man, 2 games before we know which will be our 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, Casters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. But let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than One Island.
All right, drag him on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on, because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Noxian RedForce to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Noxian have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX they get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX could make it in terms of a rags to riches story.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at ULF because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack's still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack. And from there, we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating, but I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha7 fans, but it's also the FURIA fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force here for their teams to try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tianba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough probably to see themselves safe, but there's only one way we're going to find out who's going to join them. Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James. And thank you, Paris. You've been amazing so far today. Keeping the energy here for the survival stage, building and building. We've had Alpha7 find their way into a fairly comfortable position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the audience. FURIA as well, a similar storyline. Everyone's screaming, pouring their hearts out for them. But there are 2 former champions fighting to stay alive in the competition. The other is a current reigning champion in Yangon Galacticos that had so much more to do. For the Yangon fans in the house, let's give them some energy!
Let's get it going. The crowd is excited. They are hyped. They know what's at stake as we get into the sandy desert of Miramar. 10 teams going home after these next 2 matches. And I've said this before, Jackie, and it's kind of wild after talking to some of these players and, just getting a little bit of their viewpoints of just how insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France. Experiencing the culture, the love that these players get shown. I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a PUBG Mobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the Esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They say we win, we move on to the top 6, they'll extend it, right? If not, boom, pack your bags, we're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only one way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Jukes. You got to bring it and get those chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted. And when the battle rages on here with the survival stage, we get into our final 2 games. Our opener on Miramar begins here. We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops, so far, so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geekay stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station. Gonna be needed to fuel up for the road here, as these guys still have a long one to cross. I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th, only a 2-point gap for the side of Geekay. But that is the difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim RedForce, right? They were so down on the leaderboards. I think they were like, what, like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AG.AL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Young Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. And speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in PUBG Mobile history. Go in the game and get that now, because woo, this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed. You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC. Remember the name? Get your friends online right now, Jigs. If they haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog, get them sat down, get them watching, because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got the Killer Joe player cam down there. Just straight locked in. Alpha7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And one thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now. What's Tianba gonna do? Okay, they're safe.
Yeah.
They're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jigs.
You can get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering. If they go into finals, they want to do it on their terms, so you're damn right. Who are they going to take the heat to? Will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. It's going to be wild to see here. Yeah, Tianba finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many of these insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tianba starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone, and potentially devastating for so many of these squads. Wolves, a team representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling now? Dopeness taking an eye on 721 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like a three-peat situation to give yourself so much gas to push up with some of these other squads still accumulating points in the midst of these games even. And we need to see them going out cutthroat as well, Jigs. Got to be big elim action for that side if this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AG.AL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals. And I mean needs them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization really rooting on these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt to see some of these squads gone because there are so many big names, so many big players. Those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams, I think, are going to really sting if we see them not make it.
So crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try and bring your A game. And it's over before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins to fight for that lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Jukes. It's just having the pride of going home to your home country, being celebrated for the victory, for the achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha7 did it back in 2024, when Yangon took that win last year. The narrative of the young guns that came out and surprised everyone. But now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line right in between the goat and the wolves, the two animals of the lobby. Those goats looking mighty dangerous, though. Next zone, where's it gonna go? Are we gonna see a crazy shift? Okay, we're going up to the north side, and Goat likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle, and they are big chilling right now. Nongshim RedForce, wow, well, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos, all the way to the west side. This is going to be a really rough rotation for them. They're going to have to fight their way in.
It's going to be a long journey, potentially a tumultuous one as well with the squads that are ahead of them. So we need some no-holds-barred level gameplay from Yangon. Pull out all the stops and give the fans in the house something to be excited about. Like you touch on as well for Goat, man. So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and always have confidence that a single solo can do so much versus a team, that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last 2 games, and finally the shots ring out. And who is it? It's Tianba, and that's on Ragnarok of all players. The superstar here of Geekay getting taken out. That has gotta hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
Man, it feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an elim to find. A Geekay squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted, too? That's gotta hurt. The one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview there with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. And that I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, have seen so many teams, you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, boom, split. Having to swap players, do all that. They don't give themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like Geekay are working together as a family here. Now it's a 3-man family, right? And this 3-man need to do something here.
Doesn't matter what the numbers are, they've got to come together like the 5 fingers on one hand, bro. Form a fist and punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available. It does get way harder for them to do that easily. Only a few points as well. Literally 2 points away from being able to get your head above water. Push past Wolves, push past Goat. 1 more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping eArena. The stepping stones are there.
They're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that 1-inch punch to get it done. KRX are going to need a baseball bat, though. And the zone, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle. See what they're able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here. Can't afford to make a single misstep. Tianba, that is the one team in this lobby that can do whatever the heck they want, and that's what makes them dangerous. all that nerves, all the pressure on all these teams. Tianba are the only ones that aren't feeling it because they know they're making it. Alpha7 popping out the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome. He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
This could be way worse for Alpha7 than it would be for RRQ, so they're willing to scrap. It's messy on the pullback as well, Jukes. No easy escape. Carrillo so low. He's got to hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Nade thrown on, it rolls right up to him. Goodbye.
Carrillo could hear that nade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated. RRQ looking to apply that pressure, the crank to Alpha7. Revo just forced to sit and watch as his teammate is gone. They are not in a comfortable position here, folks. 4th place, yeah, but they only have 70 points on the board. It's going to be up to Guizhou and Obscure to make it happen for their team.
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this, you thought you could bully us on this one, and we're further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right back at them. Smoke through 2 players. And leave Alpha7 with their tails tucked, bailing out.
Oh, I love to see this from RRQ. Yeah, you know what? They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 12 points away from 6th place. They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If you can get some easy eliminations, I mean, none of these eliminations are easy, but you can get some points early on. It's going to help you out big time. Nongshim RedForce, though, right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility. And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
No doubt, by the way, man, this is a new Nongshim RedForce we're seeing right here off the back of that previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, like you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the biceps have engaged, mate. And they're getting themselves up nice and high. If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it, show they mean business early as well, start to climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jukes.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do. Let's see where this next circle goes. All right, you know, a pretty typical zone here, nothing too special. KRX are in this zone. Yangnam Galacticos are right there on that top left side of the circle next to your Cruz del Valle. Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay, though. Genfox with a beautiful nade. Oh, my goodness. He didn't even move a muscle. He's like, I'm gone.
Ooh, saying I'm gone as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AG.AL as they're getting hit from 2 sides. This is looking messy, mate. Nade line up as well with Milu holding the front door if they try and push him. Oh, no.
AG.AL eliminated. This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tianba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams. Meanwhile, it's RRQ. Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim RedForce. Tizzy is able to get a heal off. So easy, up close and personal. Gonna throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much. Now So Easy's going in with the shots. And he's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshim RedForce looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
Going to try and get a quick heal off. So Easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top. Oh, the airburst shuts down one. It's a good engage. RRQ got to rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Genfoss in a backline, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. A bit of Overwatch to bail them out, but Nongshim back on the move.
They're out of here. They say, we got what we wanted. We got some eliminations. We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's GOAT though, Killer Joe. Looks like he is going to get eliminated. Nongshim, RedForce are on a tear right now.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from GOAT, leaving them on 3 players, mirroring the battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim RedForce. 3 versus 3, so tight on the standings for either of them. And for GOAT, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
Oh, man. AG.AL will absolutely disrupt their org's chances on the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have 1 game left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim RedForce putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually, though.
Yeah, and that's GOAT taking out some of the Geekay players in the midst of all this as well. So that's brought them down to only 1. Their direct combination beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nongshim applying the pressure. GOAT don't like it. Wobbly knees on this one.
I'm looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshim. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as ULF trying to make it happen for their team. 7-2-1 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here, but they're going to have to go through ULF in order to get it. ULF desperate. Aaron on the back line, trying to find some angles. Catch, getting the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts. And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solus tucked in behind the car with the AUG. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. Just trying to stay alive for 721 GS, the sole survivor of the squad. ULF know they've done a fair bit of damage, but trying to turn around and the car doesn't work as Necessary hits the shots and punishes.
And some Necessary shots indeed. Looking so good right here. Necessary, before going into today, was the 4th place player as far as individual player stats on day 1, and ULF getting torn to shreds as they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving, he's turning, his back wheel is gone. He's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
Brief moment of respite to get the meds in. Bandaging himself back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover, but the Flames dupes come in. The Masco finally found as well amongst all this. The molly spreads from so easy, so we lose Aaron, we lose 721 GS. 2 squads fall, and Wolves are still fighting as Joker takes a bullet to the cranium.
And with that elimination on the 721 GS, I'm going to call it. That is them done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none now. And that is going to be pretty much for all these teams around that side of the leaderboards. They need to either make it happen here or good luck. Yangon Galactic goes, I am looking at you. What are you going to do here? You are the defending champs. You have all 4 players up. You have a good position in this circle. How are you going to capitalize it? We're about to find out.
Ooh, KRX with a mini 14. Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
Let's see right now, man, these remaining squads are desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet all day today. And right now, here comes Alpha7. Maybe they're gonna start making some noises, but Guizao gets taken out. And that is Alpha7 eliminated.
It's a quiet game from them. And with the squads close by, starting to have some big performances, opportunities to lap them could become a reality the longer this one goes on. eArena clearing out the ground floor of the compound on the move, but they don't clear it quickly enough. Oh, it's good from Dopeness to damage them on the stairs. Doubles up for 2. Goodbye, eArena.
Are you kidding me? Dopeness, 5 eliminations, trying to pull off the hero play. With eArena out, and who knows what's gonna happen. And now KRX are making some noise. Is it possible? Back-to-back chicken dinners? No way.
That's onto the champs too. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and right now that head's being backhanded by KRX as they come through cutthroat. Protect your neck, Romeo. He's in a horrible position with the nades bouncing over to him. Alula smelling that there's opportunities to try third party from the side as well.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? He needs to get up and get moving here. They are outside of that circle. Yangon Galacticos so far away from the top 6. It's literally going to be a 2-man hero play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what they can do. They're going to have to go crazy. Al-Ula on the other side, up on the north. Gonna start pressing down little by little, getting those vehicles moving. And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next circle.
Ooh, in the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting.
Ow.
They get the line of sight for free onto Nonshin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that pot shot off, and it leaves them with 2 players.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Yangon Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away. It's not mathematically impossible, but they're gonna have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France. Looking out over though, there's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there, 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're gonna see a North American team at the Esports World Cup finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best. You got KRX on the other side though, red hot after that last chicken dinner. If KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks, this will be PUBG Mobile history. The biggest comeback we have ever seen.
It would have to be from the bottom to the top of the standings. And whilst Wolves set themselves up for that clash, we've had GOAT dealing damage to Tianba and Alula, stealing elims there to rise themselves, so Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. Nades over, looking for the engage as Slonic pushes up, peeking over behind the shrubbery, and will strike with the SMG, quick flick. Binny, he's trying to play inside the smoke, but he gets popped and left pro, goodbye!
The Wolves shutting them down, 0 hesitation. They get that elimination. They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads though, GOAT, Wolves looking to press up even further beyond, secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Al-Ula can make their dreams still happen though. RRQ can make it happen. Heck, even Dopeness in 14th place if they win this game can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe, but you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants. GOAT team did good work to get some decent damage off to steal elims and weaken some of our better squads within the lobby. But they fall down to 2 players. The 2 that love off angles, that love getting aggressive, that can rep themselves in situations where they're outnumbered. So we'll see what Moxie and Force could do. For Wolves, they're taking a few shots back from RRQ as GenForce tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here, GOAT. Trying to throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tianba. It's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire, though. He's going to be able to get a first aid off. And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. GOAT need every elimination they could possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough, though. Milo is not making it easy. He's not just saying, oh, no, I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight to the very end here. And that's the end.
Goodbye. As these shut down, finished off in the end as the shot comes in from Quick, representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of goat as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on the Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Ulash said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's go, done for. Ula trying to roar to the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
Alula bringing the aggression to the lobby. They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. Wolves, they've had to cower. The pack survives on, but after substantial damage from Dopeness, they're not as confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, 3 alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're gonna get it. They have the numbers, they have the plays, just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right in the mix here, almost gets the run over, but Claus pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They go all in. And so far, it seems to be doing quite effective. That's the Wolves out of there. And now it's up to Quick and Yasser for Alula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of 2 duos after the risky engagement from Dopeness. But the nade's on point, and it all falls to one man. The solo of Kenji sprinting to stay alive as Quick lives up to his name with a rapid flick and punishes him. Shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji, he gets the heal back in, Jukes. But they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek up for one. Decent damage. Re-peek onto Quick.
Kenji looking for the headshots here, and that's not going to be enough. It's Alula making it happen here in the second to last match. They're playing it cool, but I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Tasting the victory on the stage. Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in. Proud of themselves for withstanding that. Some crazy aggression displayed from our other teams. Dopeness, they made the call, Jukes. I respect it. It's good to see.
Oh my gosh. You know, I love to see aggression. I love to see crazy, risky plays. But even I'm like, that was too much. Are you kidding me? Driving up like that. I think they just had to play it, you know, tried and true. They had the numbers. But hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that here at the end. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice.
I felt like that plot armor as well, man. That headshot in the last second. The lunacy of that.
Oh, man, what a crazy turn of events here.
Even him, man, Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it, it looked like he was ready to win this.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little peak angles up and down, moving his head to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. Alula playing it very smart, though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that numbers advantage. What a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment could be the difference of continuing your stay headed to the finals or going home.
And I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams. But that's why it really is underlined, the point you're making, the fact that it's still not safe for a lot of these squad Jukes. With some of the action we saw there as well. Woo. These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat. And that last game, one mistake, another rough start, you could be cooked.
Yep. Oh, man. And this is the problem. I mean, you are leaving it to the last game. You're going to have every single squad here doing their absolute craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're going to tell them, hey, you got to understand. In order to make it to the finals, you're going to need 20 points and hope these top teams go out early, or you're going to have to hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not going to finals. And for some, it paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh, man. This is going to get wild here, folks. This is going to get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're going to see. And guess what, folks? We're going to see it, though, here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
يلا اوكي جدم سنجل عرض تحت السور لا طش ياسر قرب الصغر اثنين من تحت السور ياسر يلا دمجت هواي جيب الكيل وحش عليك ياسر وحش.
We were wondering which teams were going to be showing up, and Alula is one of those teams, Neptura, that ends up showing up in a big way too.
Finally, all right, here we go. That is a great win coming up from Alula. We've been watching them the entire day, right? They've been making these plays, yeah, a little bit here and there sometimes, but the splits that they've been doing, the spread, the control they've been trying to get has finally pulled off in a massive 23-point game. And Max, when the overall rankings, when the points, when they're so close together, 23 points is massive.
That's a lot of points on board for Alula. I wonder how close they're going to be to the top 6 after a performance like that, though. It's insane how easy it is to get wins when you don't waste all your smokes minute 1 of those matches. Wow, Smoke's pretty good, and Blank has hit you. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Blank. Hey. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
And since we have Blank here, actually, Blank, you look very stylish. You know what else you can do to look stylish in-game? Just log in, get into PUBG Mobile, and check out that PMWC Lucky Spin, because it is available right now. So make sure you go spin for it before it goes away. It was co-created with PDP creator Nana. You do have the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and the Alien Fusion Grossa, which ends up glowing just like Blank is glowing throughout this whole PMWC.
Oh, shucks, man.
Oh, shucks. Blank, but now that we have you here, I put you on the spot. Which team is not going to make it?
Whoa, triples. I don't think Nongshim RedForce is making it in.
Oh! I'm with you, actually.
What was that? What you said? Yeah,
sorry.
But he's right, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a team that really hasn't been playing that well like we expect them to, right? They've just been too passive. They did end up having that good game, but it was because they didn't have to move. The fight was just coming to them.
The game played it for them pretty much. But there have been other instances like that. And again, I want to go back to groups for them where they played Sosnovka, they played Central. I believe it was Tianba on the outside. The thing is that they played that game. I thought they did fairly well, but even their coaches and their staff came across after them and said, we got very lucky on that one. I didn't quite believe it. I somewhat believe it now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the game after that game, because they got back-to-back chicken dinner on the island, right?
Yeah.
That was actually a very good game, in my opinion. They had a very good flex out. They had a big split, getting so much information, and end up getting, in my opinion, their best game of the tournament so far. But we haven't seen that Nongshim RedForce domination yet, even on their win earlier today. As we said, it was not PUBG Mobile. It was an idle game, it felt like, and they just didn't have to do much.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of pull back a little bit of something in this last game, right? We saw them on that edge, trying to do a lot of things, trying to get... They're very aggressive, very quick on the disengage to move elsewhere, really good on the reaction times if they got knocked, if somebody tried to do something. But yeah, ultimately it didn't work out. It did work out for Quick here, though. Look at this nade. It's the 1v3. Yes, 2 are knocked. It doesn't matter. It's a nade. A nade is a nade. Boom! Down they all go, leaving Kenji just going... I'm all alone. Please help me. And no one's there to help him. He does try. He tries his best to come on through here, but yeah, it's an little game. It was from, I think, like stage 6. Honestly, the spread that they had over this was just making sure that they had all that control.
I don't know. I feel like there was quite a few people who could have won this game. Overall, right now, I think that Max was making a great point earlier behind the scenes in our little cupboard that we go back to during these segments. Our dungeon that we live in. He was saying basically that for a lot of these teams right now, they're playing with a huge amount of pressure, and the pressure is really, really hard when you get to survival stage. It's 10 teams going out, 6 in. For Group B, it's way, way easier. Group A and Group B, just because it's only 3 teams that go out, you know you're guaranteed another opportunity going forward. I think it's making up these teams make some kind of ridiculous maneuvers right now.
We're talking about that team. One team that we really need to touch base on once again, because this is going to be the final match. It's a team that might not be able to qualify. It is AG.AL, because that team is currently in contention for the club championship. You can see them in first place for club championship. If they're not able to make it to finals, they're not going to be getting any points for PUBG Mobile here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. If they do not make it to the finals here, Team Falcons, all those guys are going to try and make a bit catch up. But Vitality in particular, with how they played in their group, again, if you win a game, right, you get 1,000 points. So Vitality, ooh, they could be actually on the heels of the top squads.
Vitality.
Oh no, he's back. He's back. Well, let's take a look at the overall as we're going to be heading into the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. You can see some of these squads, but we're just going to be keeping a close eye on how close everything is right now.
For me, I think the funniest thing right now is that Alula is once again being the team that is knocking out Alpha7 after that last game, just shunting them right now. It's happening all over again. It feels bad. It really does. But I think Alpha7 can still make it. I think they've had some really promising performances today, Max. And Neptura, honestly, for me, I think Miramar has always been a map that has surrounded Alpha7, and it has come to them in their time of need.
It has, yeah. We have seen many a comeback on off the back of a Miramar game. So the last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for. With a couple of points behind the top 6. You know, you do have GOAT that had an awesome game, awesome few games, but then have kind of dwindled a little bit there. A7's right on their heels.
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much, okay, I'll be honest, they're the only team that still looks happy of everyone down there.
When do they not? Especially with all the noise that the fans have been making that have been really giving Max a headache.
Yeah, looking at the rankings, I want us to all try and agree. Like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say FURIA above for me. No way they jump out of top 6, but Wolves, GOAT team, Nongshim, RedForce, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
Wolves. I actually have Wolves even in as well, just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
How about you,
analysis?
I think I kind of have to agree with Max. Part of me wants to go, well, it's only 1 point difference. It's very fair, yeah. I think so. I want to say it's like, oh, it's only 1 point difference, so actually it should be second place and above are safe. But you also have to think about which 4 teams that are currently outside of the top 6 are going to come in to replace FURIA and below. That is going to be the hard part, right? So even though there's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2, it's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So ULF isn't going to do it. Geekay probably not. And the points now, there's a much bigger gap. So yeah, I am going to say that it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like, even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like, they could still make that push, right? Especially with the way that Nongshim has been playing, that some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It is a great point that you make. I almost threw the mic at you there. It's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make though, because honestly, from what we see in survival stage right now, we haven't seen massive matches so far. As the crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations, 13 eliminations, and I think that's what is skewing our idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That can rocket you just into the top 6 if you are quite low down.
Yep.
The thing is, yeah, sorry.
No, I was going to ask you a question because we have seen it in the past too for PUBG Mobile Esports as well, especially when we go into a match like this where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening, especially with teams that are towards the top? They end up playing passive, and we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams on the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate, your Tianbas, etc., maybe going to slow it down a bit because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams in the middle like RQ that we just talked about, I think is a team that could actually try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend it.
Leopard.
I want to see actually Nepeko do well. I feel like Nepeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here. We can see some players getting together. Well, Alula, you know, you guys are already in.
They're celebrating.
That's a celebration. It looked a bit sad and somber, but they are happy.
They should be celebrating. They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see, especially the first pitch, just to see how close everything is right now between some of the squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough, Blank, for them to be able to secure it, especially when you got eArena with 69 points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure that Wolves and those teams above or below also stop performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about FURIA, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about FURIA is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations, they still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them. However, for the Wolves, Seven, I do believe that this is a team that can stay in. They are locking in a big way. Yes, they've made mistakes, but there's constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially Necessary, right? He was one of the top players at the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. Who's going to be joining those teams that are already in the finals? We're about to find out with who the top 6 are and who are the rest that are going to be getting those keys crushed. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Thank you so much to the desk for breaking that down beautifully here. We have 5 matches in the books. All right, guys, this is it. We've played all the games, we've done all the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide. One final game. If you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make something happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match of the survival stage, live here in Paris, France, at the Esports World Cup. This is the PMWC, and it's time to make it happen.
Right here, right now. Hopes and dreams will be crushed for some of these squads. 2 former champions that could potentially not make it to the finals. Paris, France, let's hear it!
Let's go! It's time. As you can see, all the players anxious in their seats. I only saw one smile on the board, and that was one of the Tianba players, because they know they got nothing to worry about right here. But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they could also be the executioners. They could say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiambas with a butcher blade ready to swing and chop down the other teams. For everyone else, Jukes, this really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, One misplay, a single elim for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. Thing we were talking about earlier too is, yeah, with Tianba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's gonna happen though. Teams popping out of these planes. A beautiful plane path here for this circle. Alpha7 are gonna be able to get El Pozo. That is a huge drop location for them. What kind of circle are we gonna deal with though here, Jackie? That is the question.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Hey, the EWC doesn't disappoint one bit.
Mate, if we did get something normal, after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are you kidding me? They're gonna have to get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha7 in El Pozo. They need to get in their vehicles and get moving. This circle might as well be a zone 3, 4, because so much water is in play here. You got to be able to get one of those dominant positions, especially those teams lower down the leaderboards, because just a regular, 3-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You will need some serious, serious, serious points.
Got to bring the heat, man, fully. No more chance for mistakes, but chances for you to get yourself some beautiful skins. So, of course, head on in game, give that lucky spin a go, and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
Oh man, so much to talk about, so much to keep your eye on. Just a quick reminder for anybody that's just been tuning in here at the last second. First off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now. But you came in right on time because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AG.AL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. And if they don't make it into the finals, they ain't getting any.
That's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice. Holding that jersey on your chest and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh man, just looking at the points so far, if you are AG.AL, honestly, you need to win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We got to look at it. I mean, 75 points is Nongshim RedForce, and this is if they don't even get any points on the board, right? So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them, but the math is still possible, right? Until they are out, there's still a chance. So let's see what they're able to do. But right now is that calm before the storm, and this storm is going to definitely ring out a little sooner than normal just because of how crazy this first circle is.
It's windy out there. Pressure's in the air. And tension that you could cut with a knife, it's that thick. Tianba on the move, making their way up through Los Leones. Goat team on the wraparound as well, slowly coming up the coastline. Nongshim 1 point behind Goat in 6th place. Wolves only 2 ahead of Goat. And in a similar scenario, it's FURIA on 79, 1 above them. Inches of distance between our squads. And everyone else standing so close to breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside of the bubble right now. The arena just beneath Alpha7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto ULF, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
Oh, the tension is so thick here. Guys, there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha7 gets more than 10, and Wolves get none, then they're out. So there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum. And even 20 points might not be enough because these squads at the top are going to be playing their absolute hearts out here to get something on the board.
So much pressure on you. Rotation from Alpha7. They're going to be so focused right now, ignoring everything that's happened over the course of this event and trying to treat this as one isolated game. That's the only way you can really approach it safely. Not have that mental side that's really eating away at you.
And you can see, just look at them driving. They're playing this very tight. They are very close together here, not trying to make a single mistake. They can't afford to lose a single player on rotation. And for those of you guys that haven't been keeping up with what's been going on earlier in the year, we have Alpha7 here, the dominant squad we've known for so long. They are our PMGC champions. And for all of 2026, they have not made a single international final. They didn't do it at PMGO Season 1 in Indonesia. They didn't do it at PMMI in Macau. And now they're here in Paris, France, and they are on the chopping block once again. But they're not too far away. 5 points is definitely within reach. But that's if Nongshim, RedForce, Goat, and Wolves somehow, some way don't put anything on the board. And they go deep into this circle. They're just on the right side of El Azahar. And they are very familiar with the zone. I've seen Alpha7 play this position plenty of times.
Zone shift coming in now as well. Ooh, okay. It plays into their court, Jukes.
Huge, huge northern shift. A big break, especially for the side of Al Ula, who's all the way up there. They're going to be able to find a pretty spot in this circle. Everybody's now going to have to head towards Alpha7. They come in very late into the zone, considering that they were all the way on the other side in El Pozo. With this zone shift, they have got the blessing of a lifetime here.
Opportunity presents itself, but they've got to grab it with both hands and not let go.
Uh-oh.
Wolves on a pull-up. That's FURIA in the distance. If FURIA shut them down here, it would be deadly stuff for Wolves. Both of them so close in the standings, though. It could go either way. Necessary tries to dive back into cover, but the bullets hit quick, and he's dropped by Silence.
Oh, no. Elementrix barely hits that broken wall and leaves them out in the open. Now Solonic is getting hit. This is devastation for the side of the Wolves. They need to put something on the board here. 78 points is not enough to feel comfortable at all. And now they are down 2 players.
Down to a duo. If this is a 0-point game.
Oh, one bad drive again. Oh boy, this is AG.AL. The team fighting for those club championship points. Now battling it out with Geekay. Here they go, Safchi barely avoiding those shotgun shots, but they're ringing out back and forth. It looks like AG.AL are holding on for dear life here. It's just XZZ, last player up for the team.
Trying to keep himself alive, head above water, wants to go for the pickup play back onto Maple as he runs around towards the stairs. Tianba with their eyes coming over as well on the push-up. It's Milu close by, but thankfully Ragnarok is tucked in just below the rock face. Alpha7 even took pot shots onto this. He gets his mate back up in Flower H. trying to see what more he can do to put a foot down, stop any re-aggression from the side. Ragnarok on the peak, loses out in the duel versus Milu.
And here comes Milu with the pop shotgun! And that is Geekay eliminated from this tournament. Tianba with nothing to lose. Crushing dreams right here off the rip.
You see it on their faces. The reality of the situation seeps in. They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind enough points to save themselves an opportunity into the finals. But it ends like that.
They needed a win here and weren't able to make it happen. Out of all the teams they faced, it's Tianba. And now it looks like AG.AL is gonna have to do the same thing. Tianba, nothing to lose here. They are a lock for the finals. They are so confident. And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see the devastation already. And there's gonna be 9 more teams in the same position in just a few minutes.
Cooking nades. One cast deep there from Maple, but not quite on target. A blip from Yangon Galacticus in the Elim feed as they take pot shots off to 721 GS. Geekay forced to breathe in the reality of the situation. A brutal feeling to have to go through after fighting so hard, coming so close.
Having some great games too, man. I mean, I really hope we see this team continue on here together. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, Galacticos though, they find an elimination. The crowd getting excited here because they know they need them. If it's Yangon, they need a win and they need double-digit eliminations. They know it. They cannot afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
He's come out with the big plays now. Keep it going, keep it developing, hunt down the teams in the lobby and show us what they were made of in last year's PMWC all over again. Cloud on the move as the crowd starts to give the energy out. It's getting hype in here. EWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and Cloud looks to close the gap through the smoke, looking for a pickup play.
It's been quiet for far too long. It's time to start making some noise here and cheer these teams on as 721 GS are getting shot from multiple different angles here. That is FURIA silence actually going and punishing them. But that is a desperate elimination that Yangon Galacticos need, but they get another confirmation. 2 to start off.
2's a decent start, but it's got to be even more. They're looking with their eyes, scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally. But they can't waste time. Quickly reset off this, take the loot that's necessary, and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Yangon. Let's see them continue to push it here. But now it's up to a big defense. It's AG.AL versus Tianba. The team fighting for those championship points, and they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose, 0 pressure on their backs. Let's see if AG.AL can clutch this up, throw in some more utility. Maple, up close and personal. QZZ, back it off a little bit. He's got that utility though. One nade can change this fight entirely.
Only 2 players remain alive for the Tianba side. Nade over onto Flower H's position, but not enough to follow through with it yet. Maple dashing one back, Flower H priming another. That's Goat Team looking for a fight onto Alpha7 amidst all this as they're all on top of each other.
Here they come. Now that's it, AG.AL take out Tianba, and that is 6 eliminations for the squad. They needed every single one of them, and they got them.
You're only going to have a few seconds to catch your breath, though. Everyone so damn close. Quick reset, Maple bandages. Revo takes the hit over onto Killer Joe and puts him down on the deck. Foops man with a reply. It's a headshot connection as they flush out Joe.
And now here comes AG.AL in the mix as well. Alpha7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is knocked. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force. He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shock. He's going to get the MK, though. He's getting hit from multiple angles. And he goes down. Without with the jump down. Gets off-angled as well. And here comes AG.AL. Devastation for the side of Alpha7.
They're down to just one man. Flashbacks of 2025 all over again. As this is where it could end. Obscure trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh man, I do not want to be Obscure right now. I'll tell you that. The pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent. But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over. And Obscure looking for some plays, trying to get some eliminations, and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
Gut-wrenching stuff. It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Goat nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. eArena scrapping against YG. That's Yangon. Possibly going the same way as Alpha7 if this carries on.
Alula losing a player there. Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6. Yangon Galacticos are trying to make a run for it though. But again, they need another 10 plus eliminations and the win if they want it to happen. Gonna be pretty darn tough. Especially now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much, they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes, unless we see an absolute miracle. But are we gonna see the miracle from none other than Obscure? We'll have to see.
It's just such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man. Oh. The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side. We do see the pressure paying off for AG.AL of how they're playing it, though. 8 elims right now.
Woo! What a start for AG.AL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up, the zone hard shifts down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AG.AL. Their club championship is on the line here, and they're trying to make it happen for their organization. ULF, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots out of silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. FURIA, pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their victory lap, but ULF, job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
You've got to get so aggressive as well for ULF. That point barrier slipping further and further away. AG.AL take a swift headshot from Schweppes as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Aaron with the Mini 14. FURIA on the move, but they're going to run into Yangon. The map geometry betrays them. They've got to bail out the vehicle. Romeo down on the deck. Man, it's been lit up.
And that is it. That is our PMWC champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory. We will have a new champion in Paris. And it could be one of the teams that you are seeing here as Wolves is barely alive with 2 players. FURIA putting in the work here in the final game. And ULF trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
A lot to get done. Dopeness clashing versus FURIA as well, with back and forth trades of blows, leaving it down to 2 players. Side of FURIA just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened eArena, while Hyunbin goes in on AG.AL.
Here they go, Nongshim RedForce starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha7. The worst case scenario for eArena as well. It's so easy is on the push, looking to eliminate AG.AL, and they get another knock. And now AG.AL looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower H, getting shot as well. So many points away now from that top 6. it's looking grim for AG.AL.
In the midst of all that carnage, the last member of Alpha7, Obscure, falls. They are out. And with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Duke said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
Oh. The third event for Alpha7 to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here and now. ULF eliminate FURIA. FURIA, don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals. But with that start from ULF, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running. Wolves are on the chopping block. 2 players up. Gotta survive.
Tied 5th and 6th place. GOAT team that fell early into this game, and Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above water. It's eArena and ULF that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of our squads.
Elementrix trying to keep the NA hopes alive as here they go. The bull drive out into the open. They're shimming, they're shaking, they're hitting that gas all the way to the floor, and it looks like they are able to make it up the hill for now.
Tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down, reset from it, pop the meds.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Alula and Noxium RedForce right now to wipe out this entire lobby, because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from eArena, even a couple more for ULF, but a chicken dinner here will get it done. AG.AL, you gotta give it to them. Such a strong start with 9, but 9 isn't gonna do it. They need more.
Ula going in. This is onto the Wolves. They've really got to withstand the true test of the finals on this one. Oh. Elementrix goes down to Quick as the SMG hits him swift. That's only 1 player left.
Baton running for his life right now, trying to survive. All they need is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least 1 placement point for his team, but you still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Dopeness down there, actually getting a knock on a Soulless. That is huge. ULF have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do it justice on this one. Room to move up, Dukes, is nowhere near secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from Nonshin as well as they spot out onto the last member of Wolves.
Man, he's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer, as long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt, because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave ULF with 2 players up. eArena looking like the big threat here as they get a beautiful circle shift onto them. The Thai squad looking good. Dopeness are still in the mix here as they do end up getting a res on one of their players. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
Just got to rise to the occasion. Down 1 man in the squad, but still playing like a full team with the mentality they've been bringing out here on the last game of the survival stage. Scarface taking pot shots back over to Nonshin RedForce up on the hillside. Dopeness down in the depths. Dizzy back on the move, regroup with the squad now. And Wolves, dire straits. You got that knock, but you couldn't convert it. To Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
The pressure is on. It's Baton versus the world, trying to make something happen for his team, and it's not gonna be enough. That's the Wolves out of there. And now they're gonna be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing GOAT. That is huge. Let's see if they can hang on, because there's still 2 teams, even 3, that could make this happen.
If Nonshin and Alula just start absorbing some of the points from the squads down below, it could leave us in a more locked-in position. eArena and ULF, the ones that are really trying to drag this one to the bitter end with a big finish. It looks like it could be best for eArena if they keep this up.
eArena broke a record, a PUBG Mobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Nongshim RedForce, the last player of AG.AL. It's Flower Age. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes eArena onto Nongshim RedForce, looking to turn things up. It's XVY though, making it happen against Mormon. Joker up close and personal with the shots, and that's Nongshim RedForce eliminated.
Massive plays. Gets into the back line, weaves through them, and shuts the squad down. Got to be swift with his decision-making, though. Pops the smoke, gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough out of this one? Finish off ULF and leave themselves in a position to climb through and fight for that final spot.
Who is gonna get it? A must-win from both of these teams to be confident that you're making it into the finals. And it looks like, guys, we have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3. ULF versus eArena for all the marbles.
You know you've got to win this one. Clean up, take that chicken dinner, and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely. They do restock. They get their HP back, had just enough time to reset. It will be a fair fight. 3 versus 3, everyone's topped up.
You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise. ULF, such a seasoned team. eArena as well, red hot in this tournament. And it ends up with the 3v3 for your tournament life. Looks like Tourniquet is able to find an airdrop. That is huge at this point. Is able to be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon, but he's still got that AUG. Tons of util on the side of eArena. ULF have to be kitted out pretty well here. This is stage 8. This is it. This is the last circle. So this zone will go down into nothing. The first knock is so critical at this point.
One pick, one opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it and shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's got to give up that advanced position. Bails a nade back over, and Aaron equalized. Both of them on low health.
Beep, beep. Back it up immediately. Get those heals off, reset, try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal, though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teammate, so that way he can get ready for the rest of this match. Tourniquet gonna be leaving it up to the, no more HP at all. That's it, no drinks, nothing. So this is exactly where he's gonna stay at. Tourniquet, about 70% HP, gets shot as well. Only bandages to make things even. He makes the peak though, puts some damage on Scarface. Critical here, but Scarface gets some return shots as well, but Scarface is wide on the open.
They're sweating bullets right now. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want to be that first domino to fall and have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in. Gangster level plays as he opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Aaron, but he can't find any more. Crumbling down to only one member of eArena, and Joker trapped in the back with no health. They throw the nade right onto him, and that's the boom that gives them their best chance at going through to the finals.
ULF Esports with the clutch chicken dinner, and woo, wipe that sweat off your forehead, baby. You have done it.
Go.
Gave it their all there, Dukes. Dire straits for both teams. The twist in the narrative. Our former champions cut down. Squads that were trying to clamber above them cut down. The realization of what's occurred for many of our teams starts to sink in. The hopes, the dreams, everything they put into the love of the game over the course of this season, culminating in the end of their run here and the beginning of the finals for some.
Man, you can see Catch excited, but still biting his nails, thinking, did we do it? Everyone's a math expert at this point, right? Just, was it enough to push them into that top 6? That's the question. But a clutch chicken dinner is always going to get you excited here. So look at this last spike. That initial knock was so critical. And then Scarface, 4-3, gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here in PMWC. But man, some titans, Jackie, have fallen here today. A tough sight to behold every single time.
Yeah, some of the biggest, brightest, some legendary players, names that spark excitement just from having them on our screens, removed from the equation. Trying to figure out if they've made it through or not as all these players are running the numbers. And that's why it was such an intense final game here, Jigs. That's what we said this has been delivering in the survival stage. The fact that we're sat here trying to break down the numbers, waiting for the desk, it's tasty stuff.
We'll see if ULF did it. We'll see if the Wolves were able to hang on there, as that would be an absolute miracle for the side of North America. But man, what a way to finish things out. A crazy performance. And you can see the look on Baton. He's blinking right now, just wondering, oh, was it enough? We'll find out here in just a minute. But I'll tell you one thing here, folks. The survival stage didn't disappoint at all.
Lived up to its name through and through. The sheer contrast of how this moment now feels for a lot of these players. You can see it there. A team like Geekay, they gave it their absolute all, Jukes.
Oh man, it was so close. So many teams could have gotten it done. It just came down to that last and final game. And you know, Geekay had some beautiful signs of life. They looked so rock solid and just weren't able to get it done at the end. And that's the tough part here, right? When you reach such a pinnacle tournament like the Esports World Cup. It really just comes down to who can clutch it up right there towards the end. Is he picking at some smiley faces? I see a lot of hearts. That's a good sign, right? But who knows where things are going to end up. We'll wait for the desk, of course, to break it down. But we do know the teams for sure that weren't able to make it. You can see the look on the faces of Alpha7. Extremely disappointed here once again. And who knows what's going to happen. We know at the end of the year, PMGC coming around the corner. A lot of time to do some homework and come back strong then.
Yeah, got to remedy things and try and reset from it. It means so much to them. They always put blood, sweat and tear into the game. Time and time again, they fight so hard. There's a reason why they've got such a passionate fan base, man. Really exciting team to watch. Fighting hard, Dukes. But this time around, it just feels like the level of competition has risen so high.
Yeah, so high indeed. It's tough to see such a historic squad that had a historic run, right? They won the World Cup a couple of years ago. They win the Global Championships last year, and then not able to make a final this year is rough, you know. But who knows? But this one is so great, right? Every single tournament, there's always somebody stepping up. And someone that's gonna step on the stage looking real good today is gonna be Barney. Let's take it on over to him for some big announcements.
Looking good today? Do I not look good every day, Jukes? That's just out of order. Okay, I'm joined by Tianba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tianba, it was about dominance. An absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次生存赛呢，对所有的战队来说都是为了生存而战，但是对天霸来说，完全就是碾压性的遥遥领先。 那你们这次在这个生存赛打的发挥的那么好，是否对你们后面的淘汰赛，包括我们最终的决赛里面更有信心了呢？
信心是当然的，因为我们毕竟在澳门打得也很好啊，我觉得这就是我们的实力，对。
Definitely, we are feeling a lot more confident. We have been performing this well throughout a whole year, and honestly, the group stage was an anomaly. So our form is back, and we are feeling absolutely in peak form right now.
I love that. Tianba are back on top. Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive approach. Did you feel like you were going to get targeted, or did you target any specific teams to make your finals run that bit easier?
那么你们昨天就生存赛第一天，你们发挥非常非常好，然后直接吃了2次鸡，然后但是今天呢就是发挥稍微稳定一些。那你们是否认为可能是因为其他的战队都在针对你们，然后你们需要做出应对的措施呢？还是说你们的战术也稍微改变一点，你们在针对某一些其他的战队来让他们淹死在这个生存赛呢？
没有听太清楚，但我觉得我们这个今天没有发挥的那么好，是，确实前2把手感没有打出来，对，然后，我们肯定还是想着奔着第1来的嘛，所以我们后面几局也没有放弃，还是把自己的游戏内容展现了出来，对。
I'll say today, at least for the first 2 matches, we definitely, our hands weren't that hot, and we felt like we definitely didn't play to the best of our abilities, but we're still always gunning for number 1, so we are still trying very hard throughout every single match.
All right, well, with that being said, we've got some things to do, gentlemen. It's time for the fun part. Follow me, let's go over to the Crusher. It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. I bet this is the fun bit. They've done all the playing, they've competed here on the Geekay City grid throughout the entire of these last 2 days of the survival stage. But now, it is time to fulfill their destiny and to crush 10 keys until only 16 are left intact for our finals run that kicks off on Friday. You know the score, you guys have seen the Crusher before. It is time to say farewell to 10 of our teams who just didn't quite cut the mustard, which is what we would say in the UK. Gentlemen, step up here onto the Crusher. As you can see, it's very ethereal, it's very cool. We got smoke pouring out of it as well. Okay, now, you guys know what we're doing here. So, QZZ, can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Press it, yeah. Oh, with a bit of vigor, I like it. Okay, we're about to crush 10 keys right now. And so, Eagle, I would like to know, what would you like to say to these teams before you eliminate them?
那我们先要粉碎10支战队的钥匙。你在按下这按钮之前，有什么话想跟这些战队们说的吗？
希望你们下一次 EWC 的旅程能够更顺利一点。
Better luck next time on your next EWC run.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go. Woo! That's 10 keys eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The PMWC has been absolutely electric for the past 5 days of competition. There's so many. And we're also going to send it over to Kalaris with a very important interview to close out today. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Barney. Yes, we are with Alula's Quick here to talk about their result and their performance, considering they are also through into the final. So first things first, I've got to get your thoughts. You guys are now in the final. What's the feeling in the team right now? You've made it into the final.
كويك اول شيء الف مبروك على التاهل، اخذتوا المركز الثاني بالسرفايفل ستيج، فاحكي لنا شعورك انت والفريق بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولكم لمرحله النهائيات بالبطوله.
والله شعور ما ينوصف ابدا، يعني سوينا ريمونتادا حلوه كلش، انه رجعنا للمركز الثاني وتاهلنا، الشعور لا يوصف الصراحه.
Honestly, it's an indescribable feeling. I felt like we had an incredible turnaround to get the result that we ended up with, second place. We're very happy with it and looking forward to the rest.
I think that the turnaround looks great, and you guys got yourself a first place on Miramar, and during that game especially, I think you're great at finding your timings on third parties and being able to know when to take engagements. Do you consider that one of your team's best strengths, or what do you consider the best strengths, if not that?
هلا من ناحيه قدرات الفريق عم بسألك انه انتم توقيتكم من ناحيه الثيرد بارتي ممتاز، فهل بتعتبروها واحده من الشغلات اللي بتكون يعني قويه جدا من ناحيه فريقكم، ولا ايش بتعتبروا قدراتكم وقوتكم كفريق مع بعض؟
اكيد يعني ثيرد بارتي جزء من خطه التيم اذا احنا نلعب على الاطراف، بس يعني قوه التيم ان نكون كتله واحده دائما.
I want to say our strength is, yes, it is one of the pillars when it comes to how we work together as a team, trying to third party as much as we can, especially when we play around the edge of the circle as well, and playing together as a unit. That's definitely one of our strengths as well.
All right, and the final question is, what can Alula do in the grand final? What's your expectations? Where do you think is realistic here for Alula in the final?
هلا اخر شيء ايش بتتوقع خلينا نقول اداء العلا اي سبورتس بنهائيات البطوله، او ايش من وجهه نظرك بكون اداء مقبول لك انت والفريق والمنظمه؟
متوقعين ان شاء الله اداء جبار، ندخل بقوه، نركز على التوب 1 توب 3، يعني ما عندنا شيء غير توب 3 اتوقع، يعني اقل احتمال توب 3 داخلين فول فوكس فول جديه، ما عندنا شيء نخسره، نلعب فور فان.
We have nothing to lose. We're going to play with full focus, full strength. Nothing's going to stop us. We're aiming for top 3, if not hopefully top 1. But the least of our expectations is hopefully top 3 at the end of the competition.
All right, thank you very much, Quick. Thank you, Stanson, for those translations as well. That does it for us down on the stage. Let's move on.
Shukran Sandstorm for that translation, Kalaris for the interview, and also Barney for being able to show Tianba how to crush those keys. And what's going to stop him? I know which teams are going to stop them. Those top dogs from Group A and Group B that are currently waiting for these squads that are going to be in the finals as well, because Alula, you might have been able to perform here, but grand finals is going to be something completely different, as we're getting some class from Alpha7 and just cheering on the players, which once again, Alpha7, the reigning champions, the PMGC, not making it to another final.
That makes the third one. The third one they've
In a
not
row.
gotten in a row. I feel so bad for them, because we did see better performance in the second half of today, right? Better, but it wasn't A7 that we're used to, and so you want to know what's going on.
Oh, sorry, Natera, we gotta break it, because here we have it, the top 6 that are gonna be moving on to the finals. eArena makes it through. They kicked off. ULF Esports GOAT team is not gonna make it. ULF, with that win, ULF is gonna be going to the finals.
Oh, that was a chicken dinner that literally kept the dream alive for eArena. Thailand will be making it to your PMWC Grand Finals. And you could see at the moment, there was that fight at the end on that Miramar. Al-Ula fighting Nongshim RedForce. And you can see the cogs turning in their mind. Wait, we need those eliminations. If we do not get every single one of those points, we can't reach the top 6. eArena, they went for the play and it was just enough.
I mean, they were not having the fact that they were pushed out of the top from the group stages into the survival. So this was their chance and their opportunity to make sure that they will cement into the finals. And I mean, after that last game, they definitely strategically played it incredibly well. You could see that they were holding on and almost going to get that winner chicken dinner. But look, this is the chicken dinner for them. They're in the finals. eArena.
And for Nongshim RedForce, that might have been the best game that we have seen out of this squad. The way that they were kind of splitting, the way that they were taking full control of that circle, you could tell, Max, that they wanted to be in the finals and they wanted to give you a smile as well.
Oh yeah, I'm really happy. I don't know if I would call it their best game. I still feel like their second Miramar win on the back-to-back, their second win on the Erangel was their best game. But you know what? That was good though. Second page, dreams are being not just crushed, are being decimated. Alpha7 getting pushed not only out of the top 6, but also out of the first page. All gamers not able to make the catch-up. So the club championship in particular, man, is going to get really close. Only a few teams can really compete for that $7 million prize pool.
And Geekay Esports as well, such a difficult time for them. You know, they got early in on the rotate there, but just couldn't calculate Tianba's kind of intervention on that play. And look, sometimes that's just PUBG Mobile. But look, I think a valiant effort from them from this entire stage. But sometimes when it comes to just these ending moments, you crumble.
You do crumble, and one team that ended up crumbling were the defending champions of PMWC, as we will be crowning a new champion when we go to the finals starting Friday. So make sure you put in 14th. That's when we're going to be coming back. On August 14th, and here you have it, the teams that will be advancing to the finals. Honestly, Ulf, I'm happy to see Ulf being able to make it, but I am not impressed by your performance, Ulf.
Bro, they're playing it down to the last game, but here you go. Here are your 16 teams that have officially now qualified for your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals at EWC 2026. Tianba, Al-Ula, Nongshim RedForce, FURIA are going to be joining the ranks of those teams alongside eArena and ULF. But man, you got so many big names. You got 2 teams from India too making history. 4 Thrives dominating Group A, Group B being destroyed by Team Vitality. It's still anyone's game as to who will be taking home that trophy.
I'm so ready for this weekend. I mean, who do you pick here? Who do you pick? Vitality doing epic things, 4 Thrives doing epic things, but also everybody else also doing epic things all the way around in between. I mean, we have so many massive teams. You've got the teams from India who really stepped up, really showed what they've got. You've got Vitality just dominating everybody. You've got 4 Thrives being super consistent. You've got teams like ULF that we know should have done better. They come in the last game and they still qualified maybe for another chance to get to the final tier, but Milu.
No surprises, Milu ends up being the top player here for survival stage. He came out of that first stage that they had, especially the clutches that this man was putting up.
Oh yeah, 1v4 versus RQ. Very happy for both Milu and QZZ. QZZ being the FMVP of PMMI just a few weeks ago, realistically. But I want to say, massive highlight on Scarface. Yes. Doing great during PMGO Season 1. You're looking at also Eren, right, the new blood of Turkey, also doing so good in that event. But Scarface, out of nowhere, he was the redeemer. He brought them back from the brink of death. Without Scarface, ULF would not make it to the finals. He is definitely the MVP of that particular team.
100%, and we saw Quick as well there from Alula being able to make it in the top 5. We still hear the drums, but these drums are not for Alpha7. They're actually for FURIA. FURIA finally showcased what we have seen throughout this year, what we saw towards the end of last year as well from some of their squads, just performing at a level that we expect out of the Brazilian squads, which is aggressiveness.
They were just so fun to watch. Like, I just want to touch on the fact that, yeah, okay, sometimes they did some full send moments, and I know we like aggressive teams, but sometimes they're a little bit too aggressive with no forethought after that. But man, they're a fun team to watch, and I'm incredibly excited to see how they go against the 4 Thrives, the Godlike, the teams that can prioritize rotation, can get eliminations in any way that they want to do. So FURIA obviously has a bit of a goal cut out for them, but man, it's going to be crazy seeing such a dominating, aggressive team into the mix for the finals.
Yeah, before we end it here, any final words, Neptura, before we end up going to finals?
Congrats to all 6 teams, but particularly Nongshim, because I know I keep going on about them. We know why I keep going on about them. I just need them to do more. They stepped up in a big way, particularly in that last game. We saw them go off on a bunch of different teams trying to get as many elims as possible. They still can do it, and under pressure, they do not crack. They're one of the only teams that doesn't crack under that pressure, so I need to see them in those finals. I need to see them pick it up, and I need to see them win. Watching you.
Max?
Okay, so this is not really a prediction, but looking at the level of gameplay from Group A, Group B, and also the survival stage, and out of the teams that qualified, I was not super impressed in the survival stage. So my prediction is the champions will be out of the teams, the 10 teams that qualified through Group A or Group B.
That's fair, actually. That's fair.
Ah, boy!
That's more than fair.
100% agree with you. Yeah. Lace?
I mean, can I just say, I'm just like, I know I've tattled on about it and y'all are like, bias, but look, Team Vitality, I am excited to see.
Biased.
However, Godlike, I am also so excited to see perform into these matches. And like I've said, these are just teams that kind of can cover every basis. And that is what's going to make this incredibly exciting. I know I said FURIA, I'm excited to see like kind of the chaos, but they're going to have to rein it in because it's, you know, it's all about getting those chicken dinners, smash rule, right? So it's going to be a lot of a different type of format for these teams. So yeah, get your points early, but then you got to win.
I can't stay still right now. I'm so hyped up for the finals. This could be one of the best finals that we're going to have in PUBG Mobile Esports. Not only do we have Vitality, like you mentioned, a team that was able to dominate their group. We have 4 Thrives as well, being able to come out on top, and it's a team that has been performing so well. And then we have the teams from India in Godlike, which is their first international tournament in a long time. And this squad has been putting up the numbers, especially for S-Power. I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do, especially with the confidence that man carries, right? OG. We've seen Aru being able to step it up, but not just that. Now we have some of the other teams being added to that mix, and this grand finals coming up will be one of the best ones. So make sure you tune in to PMWC at EWC 26 Grand Finals starting up August 14th, this coming Friday. Put it in your notes, put it in your calendar, put it everywhere. Make sure you spread the word, use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been none other than Lace, Maxman, hello, Niptura, balancing the cue car after I accidentally smacked her with one. The 7WG, and all the casters, the reporter, and also the stage host Barney Banks. We will see you in Grand Finals.